Good morning, Mayor Robinson. We are good to go.
Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Special Council meeting for West Grey. This is a budget special council meeting for our budget, the date November 30th, 2021. I'd like to welcome everyone here today. This is a milestone event, I must say. We are dealing with our council meeting in a hybrid format, if you will. We have some members of council in person in the council chambers, following all the public health protocols, as well as we have some members of council who are Zooming in electronically. So welcome to everyone. This is on item number 1, the 2022 operating budget meeting. We're scheduled for 9 o'clock until 1 p.m. You will note further on the agenda that if there's a requirement for further discussion, we'll break at 1 o'clock and return back at 2 p.m. if required and have meeting number 2. We're working off the special council meeting agenda as well as information that was distributed earlier entitled the 2022 preliminary budget package. So with that, on item 1.1, call to order, all members of council are present. We have a quorum for this meeting. Corporate and Community Initiatives Officer Cody Hewlett, could you please explain the features for this particular meeting?
Good morning, and thank you, Mayor Robinson. Before I begin, if you get disconnected at any point, you can dial 1-647-558-0588 and enter the meeting ID for this meeting, which is 833-0051-7210. Both members of council and staff have been briefed on the various features of the Zoom meeting software and will be raising their hands physically on camera to speak. For members of the public, if you require any technical assistance throughout the duration of the meeting, you can send a chat message to myself, Cody Hewlett, Corporate and Community Initiatives Officer, and I will attempt to assist you. It should be noted for the public that this meeting is being held in 2 places. Firstly, on the Zoom meeting software, as well as being live streamed on YouTube. For members of the public wishing to participate publicly in the meeting, it should be noted that public participation must be done through the Zoom meeting software and cannot be done through YouTube at this time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Item number 1.2, moment of reflection. Would you please take a quiet moment at this time, if you will? Thank you. Item 1.3, declaration of pecuniary interest and general nature thereof. At this time, members of council, is there anything to declare? Thank you. Seeing none, we are now moving on to 1.4, staff reports. 1.4.1, Director of Finance, Treasurer, Carrie Mighton, 2022 operating budget. Well, good morning, Director. And at this point, I will pass over the meeting over to you to guide us through the pages within the agenda, and we're ready to make decisions. It should be a very interesting meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. Yes, so we're starting the budget meeting here today. We have $1,071,036 tax levy increase, or 9.9%. So we've done budget request forms to provide some further details on various items. So we'll start through, and on the summary sheet, the council budget has increased. There is on the budget index form, the BRF index form, there is a column for cost of living or step wage grid adjustments. So that is one column. There's another column for an estimated insurance increase. The next column is negotiated contract increases for various contract labor, dispatch, those types of things, garbage collection. And then there's an other column, and we've provided some explanation and a budget request form for some of those other items. So in the council budget itself, there was some readjustment for mileage, anticipating a return to in-person conferences. So anticipating that, there's a slight shift and increase there. But the first budget request form is there was a motion passed by council for integrity commissioner training, and we're seeking clarity right now whether it's included as part of the $1,500 annual professional development that counselors receive, or if we need to add $3,000, the estimated cost of $3,000 for that training. So that's our first decision that we need to add in there. Right now, we haven't added any extra in there, but just looking for council direction.
So council, at this point, if you have a motion to deal with this particular item, I'd be looking for a mover for a motion. I'll look for a seconder, and we'll have any discussion on it and call the vote. This is the first decision of the morning, and good morning, Councillor Hamilton. Please go ahead.
Good morning, Mayor Robinson, members of council and staff. Good to see you this morning. I guess I have a question before I could form a motion. Is that appropriate, Mayor Robinson?
Yes, we'll take your question because we did have a presentation from Director Mighton, so please feel free.
Okay, very good. Thank you. So my question would be, I understand, if I understand correctly, our integrity commissioner budget set for $25,000 for this current year. Okay. And when this report was written as of September, we had spent $13,000, I think is what it says. So I'm just wondering to Director Mighton, is $25,000 perhaps sufficient to also include the $3,000 for training? Perhaps we won't hit that $25,000, and that'd be my question. Thank you.
Director Mighton, please.
Yes, thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. Yes, it's very difficult to try to gauge that because council can use the integrity commissioner without having to go through staff. So we have no way of knowing till we get the monthly budgets or monthly invoices, I should say. So it may be sufficient, but it's just I don't have any knowledge of how much we've used it in the last 3 months or will have used it. So it's an estimate at this point. Yeah.
Fair enough.
It certainly we could possibly cover it through there. It's just not knowing how much we're going to use them next year as well.
Fair enough. Thank you for that. Yeah, it's just your best estimate, right? And so given that last year we didn't hit $25,000, and given that as of September, we were about halfway to $25,000, I'd be okay including this training in next year's budget, but just capturing it within the current integrity commissioner budget of $25,000. So not an increase, just trying to squeeze it into that budget and hopeful that way. So that's the direction I'm going, and I'm happy to make a motion towards that. But I want to hear from my other members of council if there's other comment. Thank you.
Well, shall we take this as a motion, Councillor Hamilton? And I will just have Clerk Scharbeck read that back.
Sure.
If you wish,
Okay.
and then I'll look for a seconder, and then we'll have the discussion on that. If
Okay. Thank
you're
you.
moving that as a motion, thank you. Clerk Scharbeck, at your appropriate time, could you just read back that motion so that I'm clear and our colleagues are clear on that motion, please?
To you, Mayor. Councillor Hamilton, just to clarify, is the intent that $3,000 of the $25,000 allocated to the Integrity Commissioner contract be allocated towards the training?
Perfect. Yes. And thank you.
Is there a seconder? Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, I have you as the seconder. Thank you.
Thank you.
Questions or comments? I'm looking on screen if there's anyone. Councillor Townsend, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm wondering if I recall, because next year is an election year, council's kind of restricted on what may come forward from council itself rather than external. And I'm not sure if that impacts, because I'm not sure how much is coming from inside versus how much is coming from outside. I don't know if that makes a difference on the way you would look at the budget, but I thought I would ask the question.
Is your question of the clerk with regard to the Municipal Act or a financial question? I'm just seeking clarity to give it to the right member of staff.
Yeah, it's more the, I'm not sure if it's the Elections Act or the municipal act that actually controls or limits, what can happen between councils. Meaning, if you read in the paper lately, you've seen some where council has brought it forward, an integrity issue, right? And that's now restricted, I understand, as of a certain date in a council year. And so I'm not sure if that affects the financial.
Clerk
Right.
Sharbeck, please. Sounds like a legislative question.
Through you, Mayor, yes, there are restrictions during the election period, but I don't think I think one of the municipal act restrictions is if there's something that's more than $50,000 that is not included in the budget, then that will have to wait until we're done any lame duck period. And that's only if we're in lame duck. The integrity commissioner, once we're in between, anything is put on hold in that period. So I'm not sure if that would affect the budget line allocated for this, or I really don't think so. I think we're okay to go ahead.
Thank you.
Sorry, I was thinking that's clarification I needed, because if the restriction was there and some of the things we were getting in earlier years, it could mean we could reduce that amount. But if not, then we would leave it where it is. Thank you.
Thank you. We have the response. Appreciate that. Any other questions from members of council? All right, then Councillor Townsend, thank you for taking your electronic hand down. Then I think we're at the point for calling the vote. All those in favor, please indicate by raising your hand. So oh yes, there I see Councillor Hutchinson. 7 members of council have voted in favor of this motion. The motion is carried. Over to you, Director Mighton, please.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. So the next item that has been included, we did a budget request form for your information because it does show as a significant expense increase, but it is funded partially through reserves so that there is no spike in it, and that is the election cost. We are budgeting $62,500 for the cost of the election. We do annually put away $12,500 into an election reserve. So we're just requiring that same amount from the tax levy just to keep it smooth across there. So that's has been included in there, but there's no direction needed to change anything there. It was just provided for an explanation of those cost amounts that showed as a significant change year over year. Everyone's okay with that. We'll move on to the administration one. Okay. So the first budget request form that we've got is looking for council direction on the cost of living or wage grid adjustment that would apply to council, the staff, and volunteer firefighters. So we're looking, I provided in there the sort of year-to-date cost of living releases or CPI increases for both Canada and Ontario. Currently, October is sitting at 4.9% for Ontario CPI in October. That is the most recent CPI that is available. About 1%, excluding the police contract, about 1% is for, it works out to about $30,000 roughly for a 1%. And we do have $60,000 included in this budget draft. So looking for council direction on where, what the any grid adjustment, if any, would be.
Thank you, Director Mighton. Are there any questions of the director? And then I will seek a motion, starting with Councillor Shea and then Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. Can you just remind us how we have traditionally arrived at the CPI, how we've adopted CPI increases in the past? Director Mighton.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, so we've done, historically, there's not been a set. We've usually around the time when we're looking at budget, October is the most recent month available, but we have used Canada, we've used Ontario, we've used different months, and we've used an adjustment that wasn't necessarily tied to CPI. So there has been no formalized policy. It's always been sort of council review and discretion.
So I recall that last year we had a discussion about this, and the inflation was very low that year, COVID related. I think it was 0 point something. And there was discussion if we should adopt a higher increase due to several mitigating factors. And I believe council's decision was that we have used the October numbers in the past, and if the October numbers were 0 point something, that's what we should use in that discussion. So we ended up providing a very low increase last year based on the CPI index for October. So my recommendation and motion, if need be, would be that if that's what we did last year, that's what we should do this year. Thank you.
Thank you. So with that, I just want to double check, Councillor Shea, are you putting that motion on at this time?
I'd be happy to, yes.
Okay, so just could you reiterate your motion?
Sure. That the motion, it would be that as we did, as I don't want to say it was common practice, in keeping with last year's decision around CPI increases, we will adopt the Ontario October rate as the basis for calculating CPI this year.
Thank you very much. Is there a seconder for this motion? And okay, I just want to double check, Councillor Townsend, you have an electronic hand. That's just in line to speak, correct? Thank you. So I saw Deputy Mayor as the seconder. Okay, and we will have Clerk Scharbeck read the motion back, and then I will take questions. Thank you.
Through you, Mayor, moved by Councillor Shea, that in keeping with last year's decision regarding CPI increase, Council directs that we use the Ontario October CPI rate for calculating the cost of living wage grid adjustment. Is that correct, Councillor Shea?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. And we have a seconder, which is Deputy Mayor. Now I'm taking questions on the motion, and Councillor Townsend, please go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. My personal experience is that when you have a cost of living increase, it's normally guided by the CPI, but not necessarily explicit. And very frequently you see that there is a cap. So for example, if you have a high one this year and a low one next year, over time, they tend to even out, is the philosophy. So if you have an exceedingly high year, which we do this year, normally what would happen is you would have a maximum of, say, like 3% or 2%, whatever the corporation decides. But there is a very common practice in the working world where that policy does exist. I know that from experience rather than just reading and research, but I did do some research, and that still seems to be the practice in many organizations. So I would actually move an amendment that we have staff establish a policy that would follow the CPI as a guideline, but also to implement a maximum of a 3% increase in any 1 year.
Thank you. I'm wondering if we can, I'm seeing that, and I'll look for the clerk for a procedural ruling, but I see that as a separate motion, distinct from the motion that Councillor Shea has put forward. And so what I would suggest is that we deal with the motion at hand and then come back to your motion. It won't be amending, it would actually be a motion. That's what I'm thinking, but I'm just looking for the clerk to provide some response. Thank you.
Through you, Mayor, I do see it as a separate motion to develop the policy. But just before I go any further, just to capture that, Councillor Townsend, that staff develop a policy to address the annual COLA wage grid increase based on the Ontario October CPI, but with a maximum of 3% increase, or to a maximum of 3% increase. Is that what you intended?
That is correct, but I also intended to apply that 3% this year, meaning the maximum, and implement that in the 2022 increase.
So I wonder if your amendment would be that the motion be amended by changing the Ontario October CPI rate to an increase of 3%.
That would be acceptable, yes.
Okay, and that's fine. That certainly wasn't the language that I thought.
Your worship, we can't hear you.
Thank you, Councillor Shea. That's fine. I appreciate the clarity from Councillor Townsend, because originally it looked like the suggestion was to look at 3% for future considerations based on a policy that would be approved. But as we're looking at it, I would appreciate clarity from our clerk so that we all understand what we're dealing with at this time.
Through you, Mayor, the amendment would also have to remove the first sentence, that in keeping with last year's decision on a COLA increase. And so it would be to remove the first sentence and change the Ontario October CPI rate to simply 3%.
Thank you. And Councillor Townsend, you're fine with the language on that?
Yes, I am. Thank you very much.
I'm looking for a seconder for this amendment. Is there a seconder? And I'll look for a raised hand rather than electronic hand. Councillor Hergert is seconding that. Okay, so discussion with regard to the amendment. All right, Councillor Townsend, you have spoken. Councillor Hergert then.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I do feel much more comfortable in and around the 3%. If I did a 10-month average for this year, it's 3.14, 4.9% at the $30,000, 1% is $147,000 of increase just in cost of living. So I do feel that the 4.9% is a little too high. I would like it to be more steady around the 3%. That's why I'm happy to move the motion. So I do feel much more comfortable in around the 3%. We did have some wage adjustments early in this year as well to get more competitive. That's all I have to say for now. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Hutchinson.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. I was just curious of what percent we were really looking at. Maybe when Cody comes back to, he can help me with I'm having a little problem with working my iPad and this new computer because I can't do both. Anyways, so maybe he can help me when he comes back.
Thank you. We will ensure that Initiatives Officer Hewlett is able to assist you, but I see that you're able to follow along with the meeting. I'm going to now go to Councillor Shea and then Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. So in developing a policy with a cap, I assume it would also have a floor that would seem fair. And I wonder if the floor would be higher than what we awarded last year. And if that's the case, I do feel that I was one who pushed fairly strongly last year for a 0-point-something increase, because I thought I was following a tradition of using the October CPI number. And so I would not have done that so aggressively or assertively if I hadn't thought that we would be using the same process going forward. So I do feel in my own thinking on this subject that I feel like I'm sort of changing the rules midstream. So if we are going to adopt a cap of something like 3%, based on a policy that staff is going to direct, and if we're going to apply that cap this year, I would like it to include some slight increase beyond the cap, just to represent the very, very low increase that we provided last year. So I think maybe 3.5% would be a one-time extension of the cap, just to compensate for the decisions that I made last year. I won't make it as an amendment to the amendment. I think that's what we're doing at this point. At this point, I'll just leave it for discussion, but that's something that I'm thinking of introducing, but I'd like to hear from my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton, please.
Oh, thank you, Mayor Robinson. Would our Director of Finance recall what we did do for cost of living last year? Thank you.
Director Mighton, please.
Yeah, it was a zero. Councillor Shea is correct. We didn't do a cost of living adjustment last year.
Thank you, Director. And so, yeah, I have concerns about, how we don't want to be too low one year and too high one year. So this idea of in our future budgets of having can't go any lower, can't go any higher, that sounds like a really good idea. But here we are now, no policy in place, and knowing what we did last year, I like this middle ground approach that Councillor Shea is considering about perhaps it's not 4.9%, but higher than 3% as well. And so may I ask the clerk for guidance? We can amend an amendment, is that correct? Thank you.
I'm going over to Clerk Scharbeck for your inquiry, but I'm also going to put in an inquiry on whether there would be an opportunity perhaps to split the voting consideration dealing with the policy and then the percentage of CPI. But over to you, Clerk Scharbeck.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Yes, Councillor Hamilton, you can certainly make an amendment to the amendment, which at this time, the amendment doesn't include a policy for future years. That will be a follow-up resolution. That's my understanding, Councillor Townsend. Is that correct? Okay. So at this time, I'll just do a quick recap. The main motion is that in keeping with last year's decision on a COLA increase based on the Ontario October CPI rate, that council directs staff use the Ontario October CPI rate for calculating the COLA wage grid adjustment for 2022. And then the amendment moved by Councillor Townsend and second by Councillor Hergert is that the main motion be amended by removing the first sentence and changing the Ontario October CPI rate to council directs staff to implement a 3% COLA wage grid adjustment. That's where we're at, Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you for the recap. That's great. So I would make an amendment to the amendment and just that percentage piece, please. I would amend it to 3.5%. Thank you.
Is there a seconder? Councillor Shea. Okay. Now we're dealing with the discussion on the amendment to the amendment. Any inquiries? Clarification? Okay. So before I call the vote, and as soon as Clerk Scharbeck has finished writing, I'm going to respectfully ask her to read it one more time so we're very clear on what we're voting on. Thank you.
Through you, Mayor, moved by Councillor Hamilton and seconded by Councillor Shea, that the amending motion be amended by changing 3% COLA increase to 3.5% COLA increase.
Thank you. Any questions? All those in favor indicate with the raised hand. Six. All those opposed? The motion did carry 6-1. Thank you. Clerk Scharbeck, on to the next motion that we need to deal with, please.
Through Mayor, the next motion is the amending motion moved by Councillor Townsend and seconded by Councillor Hergert, that the main motion be amended by removing the first sentence and changing the Ontario October CPI rate to a 3.5% COLA increase.
Questions? All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. Oh, Councillor Hutchinson, you have a question. Pardon me, but I do need to take the question first. Please go ahead, Councillor.
Sorry, I can't do the electronic hand, so I just have to use my visual, right?
Okay, I will note that if you just use the visual hand for that, absolutely, I'll watch for that. Thank you.
Okay.
Please go ahead.
So just for clarification, we're talking a ceiling is 3.5%, right? But we're not actually voting on 3.5% this year. Is that correct? Am I reading that right?
Clerk Sharbach.
Through you, Mayor. No, this motion is 3.5% for 2022. And then I believe Councillor Townsend was going to follow up with a policy for future years that would put probably a maximum and a minimum range in there. But the
Okay.
vote is
Yes.
specific to the 2022 year.
Okay, all right. Okay, and the policy that Councillor Townsend talked about was a ceiling of 3%, was it not? Right, okay. Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? All those in favor then? Deputy Mayor, is that a vote or a question, please?
It's a question, Mayor Robinson. So I think Councillor Hutchinson's kind of spiked something. So just to be clear, the motion now is at 3.5 is what we're discussing right now. Just so I'm clear, because it's not going back to the 3.
It's 3.5 at this point.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, appreciate any clarification the council needs. I'm not seeing anyone else with their hand up. All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 7 members of council have voted in favor of the motion. The motion is carried. Over to you, Clerk Sharbach, please.
Through you, Mayor. The main motion, I have moved by Councillor Shea. I missed the seconder, sorry.
It was Deputy Mayor Tom Hutchinson.
Thank you. Moved by Councillor Shea and seconded by Deputy Mayor Hutchinson. That council directs staff apply a 3.5% COLA increase to the wage grid adjustment for 2022.
Any questions on the main motion? Councillor Hutchinson, please.
Just a point on looking at the index chart, it has a figure of 43,000. I'm not sure what that figure was based on. Maybe our Director Mighton can clarify what number is the 43,000.
Certainly. Over to you, Director Mighton.
Just trying to, oh, yes. So that is the amount of the wages change in the administration budget. So that the entire cost of the COLA would be across all departments. So there's also an administration, a new position that was added in 2021. So that is incorporated into that as well. But
So is that the figure, or we don't have the figure for that? That's going to hit the budget?
Yeah, so the step increases are included in there for movement along the grid. So COLA is only one part of that. So
Okay.
if someone has a positive performance review, they also move up a step on the grid if they're continuing to move along. So the cost for about 1%, again, excluding the police because they have a separate contract, is about 30,000 for 1% CPI. That's across all the departments that you see, including council, fire, library, and recreation.
Okay, so does that mean there's another $100,000 that's to go on that line then?
We have 60,000 included in the budget, so it would be 45,000.
Plus 45. Okay. And that's beside the 43 that you have there for step wages and so on.
It would be in other departments as well, but
Yeah.
not that full additional 45 wouldn't just be in the administration budget. It would be across all departments.
Okay, all right. It'll all come out in the wash, I'm sure.
Thank you. Any other questions of clarity? Does anyone need the main motion read again? All those in favor then indicate with a raised hand. 7 members of council have voted in favor. The motion has carried. All right, then we're moving on to the next item. Director Mighton, thank you.
Okay.
Pardon me, as I just delivered that message, an electronic hand went up. Councillor Townsend, what is your inquiry, please?
Yes, I just have a general question about our process. Historically, we have kept track of pluses and minuses throughout our discussion, so we understand where we're moving with each time. I'm wondering if the director could do that still and just remind us each time as to where we are, if that can't be posted somewhere on our screens. And I know that there's a little bit of a challenge having Zoom there, but I wasn't sure how you would do that.
I know Director Mighton has the complete process addressed. I wonder if you could just explain how you were going to integrate that in. Thank you.
Yeah, so if I were to share my screen throughout the presentation, then you're going to lose your gallery in this room. You'd lose your gallery view. But we can reset once we've made a few decisions and see where we're at. Right now, we've got that additional 45,000 in there. So we're at 10.3%. But as we keep moving on, I can periodically share the screen and move it back and forth. That way you don't completely lose, because we're in a hybrid situation for the meeting. We don't want to have the chair lose the view of everyone that's participating remotely, as opposed to just in here as well. So if that's okay, we can kind of keep resetting it after we've moved through a department or made a few decisions, and I can share the screen and then take it off again if that works for everyone.
Good question. It was something that you had built in, but thank you for the question, Councillor Townsend. Before we go any further, Councillor Shea, your hand is up.
Yes, I also have a process question. Councillor Hutchinson referred to the main budget package that we received a month or so ago, just a minute ago. That's not in the agenda. Is that available to the public?
Clerk Charbeck, is that posted, or Director Mighton, can you respond, please?
If anyone requests it, we certainly can provide it. It wasn't circulated with the agenda, so it wasn't on the website, but we can certainly provide it or post it if anyone wants it, or if you wish. But yeah, I haven't received any other questions, but it wasn't circulated with an agenda, so it didn't automatically get up on the website.
Thank you.
Okay, I know
Councillor Shea, anything further?
Sure, I know some municipalities sometimes have a budget page, a budget in process page on their website where people can go to see updates and stuff. I didn't know if we had done that. If we could make that document somehow generally available to the public, I think that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you, and I think that's a great idea. Thank you very much. Councillor Townsend. Oh, no, pardon me. I'm going to go to Councillor Hamilton. Please go ahead.
Oh, excuse me, Mayor Robinson. I was just wondering if Councillor Townsend was going to present his motion about the policy at this time. Thank you.
Clerk Charbeck, I wonder if you could just remind us where we are with that particular item.
Through Mayor, we've got through an amending motion to amend the amendment and the amendment and the main motion. So the COLA decision is made. Before we move on to the next item and the next justification report in the package, this would be a good time, Councillor Townsend, if you wanted to pursue that policy for future years.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton and Clerk Charbeck. Councillor Townsend, do you have a motion for us?
Yes, I do, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to deal with the process issue first. And when I saw Councillor Shea had his hand up, I figured it was also process. So yes, I'd like to make that motion now that council do develop a policy for future COLA adjustments. And in consideration of Councillor Shea's comment, which is, I thought, a very good one, is that it develop a proposed maximum of 3% and a minimum of 1%, subject to the results of the staff report.
Thank you. So as our clerk is writing that motion, is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Hutchinson? You're seconding the motion, so I'm just going to have. Okay, and I'm going over to clerk.
We can't hear you, Your Worship.
Sorry, my mic is on, but I do appreciate you saying that. I'm wondering if Clerk Sharbeck could read the motion back, and then I'll go over to Councillor Hutchinson for his inquiry. Thank you.
Through you, Mayor, I think Councillor Hutchinson was going to second the motion.
Yes, I was trying to think what I was putting my hand up for. I was going to second the motion, but then I had this mic problem. So technology is wonderful, isn't it?
I did have Councillor Hutchinson as the seconder, but thank you very much for the levity. We certainly need it. Thank you. Clerk Sharbeck, please.
Through you, moved by Councillor Townsend and seconded by Councillor Hutchinson, that staff develop a policy for Council's consideration for future years regarding the COLA wage grade adjustment with a maximum of 3% and a minimum of 1%, subject to the Ontario October CPI rate. Is that?
Councillor Townsend, is that the language? All right. And
Yeah, that would be fine.
The seconder, Councillor Hutchinson. All right. Any questions with regard to the motion at hand? All right. All those in favor indicate with a raised hand then, please. 7 members of council have voted in favor of the motion. The motion is carried. Thank you. Okay, over to you, Director Mighton.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. The next budget request form that we have in there is providing some information on our estimated construction loan costs that we've added $150,000 for the construction of the police building. If it starts in the spring, we're probably going to need to draw on a construction loan for at least half of the year, likely once we start getting progress payments on that. So I've put in this budget $150,000 for those construction loan payments. Depending on what the final tender comes in at, we were estimating that about $300,000 would be our annual payback once the final building is complete and the final financing is secured. So this would represent about half of a year of what those principal and interest payments would be in there. So that is included in the budget. So unless there is a change, that's sort of for information in there.
Thank you. Any questions, Councillor Townsend?
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor, to the Director of Finance. I wonder if you could tell me what was in the 2021 budget.
Oh. 2021 budget, we had removed the construction loan. We only had the loan in there for the land purchase. So we did not include anything for estimated construction loan.
Okay, thank you. And in second question, is there any, because we haven't had an update recently, is there any indication of whether the cost of the building will change, which could result in a different number than the 150 being required in 2022?
I do note that CBO Shipwreck is on this meeting, but first, Director Mighton, do you have any response?
We've done the pre-qualification, but we haven't don't have the tender actually out, so we don't have any different costs from when the architects had provided us their preliminary amounts.
Thank you for that. CBO Shipwreck, is there anything further that you can provide information for us? CBO Shipwreck, are you able to connect?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Sorry, I'm on the road, so I didn't hear the first part of that question, but the update on the police building is, as Director Mighton said, we have gone out for pre-qualification. The final tender documents, construction documents will be available probably mid-December. Along with that, there will be an updated costing provided by the cost accountant for the construction of the building. And then once the tender documents go out and we start getting tenders back, then we will have an exact number for the budget.
Thank you. Does that cover off your inquiry, Councillor Townsend?
Yes, I'm just assuming it will come back to council and we will deal with it at that time when the report's ready. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Shea.
Thanks. I just need that clarified. There's a current tender just about to go out, which is for a costing consultant. Is that right? And then a later tender goes out for the actual construction. I wonder if.
All right. No, thank you for the question of clarity. CBO Shipwreck, are you able to provide that response?
Yes, thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. The cost accountant was included as part of our original tender for project management. That was included in the requirement as part of our tender process for that we wanted a cost accountant to provide us costing. One was the initial on a preliminary drawing. The second one would be a full costing once all the construction documents are done. So that is being worked on now. My conversations with the architect last week where that is in the process and will be included as part of the final construction documents that we should be receiving. They're indicating early December. My guess is by the time we actually get it and have all the information available, it'll be mid-December. So we're probably looking at sending probably early January would be a report to council. The first meeting in January is probably the most likely, but hopefully we can get them a little bit sooner and provide a report earlier than that, but that's where we are right now. The tender that would go out would be for construction. The next tender going out would be for full construction.
Thank you. Anything further, Councillor Shea?
And thank you. And so that final tender going out for full construction would be after we have received and presumably approved the final construction documents. Is that right?
CBO Shipwreck or Director Mighton, whoever wants to manage that question, please go ahead.
Through you, Madam Mayor.
Yeah, thank you.
Sorry to interrupt there. The report with the final construction documents would come to council prior to going out for tender.
Okay, thank you. Anything further, Councillor Shea?
Thank you.
All right, thank you as well. Any additional questions? All right, then moving on, Director Mighton, please.
Okay, the next item just noted for information in there, there is a slight increase in the budget for our additional commitment to the Center Grey Hospital. So that was a motion passed by council. So that's again, just sort of a other item that was in there. The next budget request form just provides a bit of detail on the reallocation of the this secondment that was did not return. So we reallocated those wages to a finance and asset management position within the administration budget. So you'll see later on, there's a corresponding decrease in the recreation budget from that secondment not coming back, and we reuse those funds, and that was reported previously in a report to council. So that's kind of just an information, because now this budget does reflect those wages in the appropriate department.
Any questions? Councillor Hutchinson, please.
Yeah, so just a point of clarification. So it shows up on here as a, looks like to me it hits the levy at $62,000, but in the budget request form, it's saying that it was part of the 2021 base budget. And so it's a relocation of tax levy funding. So is it hitting the levy for 62,000, or is it already covered?
So if you do skip forward to the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 from the bottom, West Grey Recreation, you'll see a decrease of $62,000. So that's just reallocating it from the Recreation Department to the Administration Department. So the wages they were in a different department when the secondment would have returned.
So there is no increase of 60,000 in the levy?
Not a net increase, no. No, it's just offset and reallocated from within another department.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? All right, thank you. Director Mighton, please.
So the next budget request form, this is not included in the budget, but seeking a decision to include an additional $2,500 for some additional staff training with some new staff that have come on. We're looking at providing additional training. So we are looking for an addition of $2,500, which would double the current general staff training budget in the Administration Department. So looking for a direction on that to add that in.
Great. So I'll seek questions, and then we'll be looking for a motion. To begin, Councillor Herger.
Yes, thank you. I know that we as council have just indicated that $3,000 worth of Integrity Commissioner training is required. I cannot imagine that staff have less need to be trained than us. And there's so many different programs now and specific areas that we would like them to cover off gaps and so on. So I'm proposing actually that we would do $3,000. We would match our council budget for training for staff training. And I would put a motion forward at that time.
Thank you. So I'm taking your motion at this time. I'm seeking a seconder, Councillor Townsend. And now questions on the motion. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor, to Director of Finance. Are we saying we would add this on a permanent basis, or is it one-time charge? I'm concerned that perhaps we don't have enough sitting there on an ongoing basis, is what that implies to me. So that's why I asked the clarification.
Director Mighton.
Yeah, once it's in the budget, we can leave it in there on an ongoing basis. There's always new items that come up to be trained, and then as staff change as well, providing additional training opportunities for new staff, and also to train existing staff with new items. So it certainly would get put to good use if it is something we want to continue on an ongoing basis.
Anything further? Thank you.
No, thank you. That was great.
I'm looking to CAO Johnston overall just for a comment with regard to the budget request. And obviously, pardon me, obviously we have a motion on the floor for 3,000 for staff training, but just seeking a comment from you, please.
There we go. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to Council. Good morning, everyone. I'm quite pleased to see this budget request form come forward. It has been quite some time since we addressed the corporate training. And as Council is aware, we've got a number of new staff due to retirements, and some of our long-serving staff haven't had the opportunity for training in quite some time. So as the director said, this will certainly go to good use. And if it's embedded in the base, then every year we've got an opportunity to keep up to date on training.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Councillor Hamilton and Councillor Townsend, would you mind taking your electronic handout? Thank you very much. Councillor Hamilton.
Oh, thank you, Mayor Robinson. I do support having budget for staff training, certainly. So I'm just seeking clarity. Could the director please just remind me what's currently in the budget for staff training, and what is the ask from staff for adequate training? Thank you.
Director Mighton, please.
Our current amount is $2,500 for all of the administration staff. So this additional ask would have put it at $5,000, an additional $2,500.
Thank you. That's what I thought you were asking. Okay, and thank you very much. And so I believe Councillor Hergert suggesting that we make that an additional 3,000 instead of 2,500, if I understand correctly. Okay, thank you very much.
Yes, and that is correct. Anything further, members of council? All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 7 members of council have voted in favor of this motion. The motion is carried. Over to you, Director Mighton.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So the next budget request form is for an additional staff person. It is not included in the budget. So this is a new addition to it. And this is for customer service and records management. I believe this was one of the items you'll recall within the consultant's review of the positions. So that we had requested in place that it be considered for future budget consideration. So this one is not included in the budget. So seeking, as presented, we're looking for direction whether to include that this year.
Over to you, Councillor Hutchinson.
Yeah, so before we get into looking at this position or staffing in general, I agree that, that's it's something we can use, more people to do the job sort of thing. But I just like to remind people that we're starting out with a 10% budget here. Last year, fortunately, this year we're 10%. Last year we started at 15%. I don't think anybody in the public is going to be willing to accept a 10% budget. So I think going forward, we have to really look at where we're at. I'd like to see us get it down to 5% at least, maybe lower. But as we go through this, I don't want us to spend all the time going through this and checking these off and say, that's great, so on. And then at the end, we come up, we're still at 10%. We have to make some decisions as we go through here to get this budget down to where it's acceptable to the public. So I just want to throw that out there. It's great the way it's all laid out and whatnot, but somewhere along the line, we're going to have to make some cuts. And I don't know where that is. I'm not saying it's at this point. I'm just saying we have to make some cuts, or we have to come up with some creative ways of coming up with some money. And I don't know what that is right now. But anyways, just want to throw that out there and have some food for thought. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. I'm going to take Deputy Mayor next, but then I'd also like CIO Johnson to have an opportunity to just speak to this budget request then. So I just want to put you on deck for a moment, but Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. This one here, I would support this because we've heard over the past year that, records, and I think this is one of the areas of concern that we've had. So I am going to support this position just to, again, to get everything back up and running, because I think we were lacking a little bit in that area. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And as you were speaking, I was thinking a little better. I may ask CIO Johnson to speak, but I do recognize it's probably the Clerk Charbak that may wish to speak to this as well. But CIO Johnson, please.
Through you, Mayor Robinson. So a little bit of history on this request for everyone's recollection that through the service review that was completed in 2020, there were a number of gaps identified. I'd like to share with Council that we are in the final stages of our 2021 service delivery and operations review. So a different scope. The one in 2020 was just comparing to municipalities in regards to corporate structure and wages. This one is about service delivery. And do we have enough staff in the right positions to deliver on legislated requirements. And preliminary findings, not only are they supporting the research from 2020, but they are identifying what those gaps are, and records management and efficiency in how we operate at the municipal office has risen to the top. A lot of time is spent, a lot of time is duplicated for us searching for paper files that someone keeps somewhere, and we have to think like the person who's retired and where would they have left these things. We have started to centralize our filing. I have to give staff credit that have created a good foundation in our Tom Rims program, but we have no one to maintain that, own it, and grow it. And that is really the biggest gap. As I was thinking a little bit further of this position, customer service is a priority for this council, as it is for the corporation. And we have a number of frontline staff who have other jobs as well. So quite often customer service is, they're taken away from their task to provide good customer service. But I think we need to formalize that a little bit more, and an extra position would certainly put us ahead of that. The final piece that wasn't captured in this budget request sheet, because I thought about it afterward, is committee support. So all of the councils of committee, they're going to start meeting up again, and they're going to need support for getting agendas on the website, for helping with minutes, just assisting those committees to function efficiently and the way that they'd like to, with some staff support. At the moment, our clerk is providing that support, and I'm not quite sure that that's the model that we should be carrying on as life gets more and more back to normal. So this would be a very busy position. If it's not funded, and if we need to delay it again, then, I'm not going to go through another service delivery review to find out the same answers, the same findings, but we will struggle to meet our legislative requirements.
Thank you. Clerk Sharbuck, do you wish to provide any information on this particular item?
Thank you, Mary Robinson. I concur with the CAO's comments. I think she's covered everything quite well.
Thank you. Thank you, Clerk Sharbuck. I very much wanted you to have the opportunity to speak. Councillor Shea, then Councillor Townsend, please.
Thank you. I am sort of leaning towards supporting the Deputy Mayor's recommendation that we adopt this position. I do see a list of records delineated that this person would be responsible for maintaining. What I don't see in there is AODA related records keeping requirements, nor the orphaned documents that went offline when we switched to an AODA compliant website, and which I know staff has promised would be returned, would be remediated and returned. So I have two questions. One is, would this person be able to help expedite the process of republishing our currently enforced bylaws and meeting minutes from the past? And secondly, are we thinking of developing a customer response time policy so that we would be replying to email or phone inquiries with a formally prescripted, within a formally prescripted time frame? And if we are considering doing that, would this person be essential to implementing something like that? Thank you for hearing my complicated, long-winded
CAO
question.
Johnston, please.
Through you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Shea, for the opportunity to answer your question. Not too complicated. First of all, in the budget request form, and I apologize if it wasn't clear enough, there is the vision that this position would in fact be responsible for AODA compliance and digitizing the historic files, so that not only do we have a lot of paper files, but we need to digitize those and then make them compliant and then post them. So they would be working their way through all of our historic files. In regard to customer service, I'm really pleased to let council know that we just partnered with Wilfrid Laurier University, an MBA research team, to help us with our customer service strategy and response times, and those standards are going to be part of that. And yes, indeed, this position would be a champion for that work as well.
Anything further, Councillor Shea?
No, glad to hear that. Thank you.
Councillor Townsend.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. Again, questions to the CAO. What other new positions within the budget are being requested or are included? I'd just like to know if we're looking at more than one, And also, I wonder if we should not look at all positions and workload, not just the fact that we need them to support committees. Do we have the right? Are we asking too much? Are we trying to do too much with what we have and what we can afford? And that's not to say we shouldn't move forward. The question, though, is we need to look at that before we start adding, to make sure that we're not adding. And I think of the province that when Premier Ford came in, his government looked at 96 different reports that they got rid of. That obviously if they'd applied to us would have helped. I understand most of them didn't, so it was fine. But the question is, they did look at what they were doing to say, did it make sense? And I just wonder if we've done that as well. Thank you.
Madam CEO, please.
Through you, Mayor Robinson. Thank you, Councillor Townsend. Part of the work that's going to be coming back to council in January from the current service delivery review is identifying projects that we should either resource or maybe reconsider. So that work hasn't been reflected in this current budget ask because those recommendations aren't finalized yet. This position, if you're asking me, is this one of the essential ones? My answer is a resounding yes. There is another budget sheet for these titles: Capital Projects and Environment Coordinator. You'll recall in the budget package that there's a strong case for that position as well. And there is another request, I believe, from the library. Is that correct? Yes. So there are a couple of positions in addition to this. As I was considering, what we bring forward, because the ML Consulting project also identified fire is dangerously understaffed with just one full-time person, and there's no formalized succession plan and backup for our fire chief. That's another position that we need to really give some thought to. Not included in this budget. Perhaps it should have been, but we're just approaching projects that are pending or in the works, such as our climate action plan, which would be what the environment coordinator would own, as well as a number of capital projects and assisting with that sort of stuff. So there's a lot to consider, and I respectfully admire the decisions that council's going to have to make because they're not easy. But this position particularly will help us meet our legislative requirements, which is our real priority.
Thank you. Anything further, Councillor Townsend? Okay. Any other questions, members of council, on this? Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks, Mayor Robinson, and thanks to staff for summarizing the importance of this position. And quite frankly, you had me at significant overtime hours, I note in your paragraph. And it just makes me think of like a leaky bucket. So do we want staff carrying a leaky bucket and making a trip 20 times? Or do we want to just take time, repair the bucket, and make that trip one time? And that's, council's invested in the TORMS filing system, but we have yet to invest in the person who can then make that filing system work. And that's what this will do. And also I note the legislative requirements meeting those too, right? So you have my support, staff, and thanks again for laying it out so clearly. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm looking for a motion at this time. Perhaps we can move it ahead. So I'm seeing Deputy Mayor, is your hand up or not? I'm just, okay, then is it for a motion or not?
Yes, I make the motion that we, was it $60,000? That, yeah, we support the administration asset records $60,000 position. Thank you.
Thank you. And as the clerk is writing up that motion, is there a seconder for that? Councillor Hergert. Okay. And I would just look to Clerk Scharbeck to read back the motion for us. And then at that time, I'll address any questions there are. Clerk Scharbeck, when you are ready. Thank you.
Through you, Mayor, moved by Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, that $60,000 be included in the 2022 operating budget for the administrative assistant, customer service and records position.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor, is the language fine on that? And as the seconder, Councillor Hergert, the language? All right. Questions of clarity, Councillor Townsend?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillor Hamilton reminded me I should have asked a follow-up, and that was with the overtime that is occurring, would we gain anything by adding the position where the overtime can in fact be reduced within the budget, so it's not quite as much as we're proposing?
I'm going to ask CAO Johnston or Director Mighton. Director Mighton then, thank you.
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor. Currently, it is time in lieu of overtime, so it is additional time out of the office as opposed to being paid, but they are getting additional time in lieu instead of actual payment.
Anything further?
No, thank you for the clarification.
Very good.
Yep.
You received your clarification then, Councillor? Good. Councillor Shea.
Just a quick follow-up to that question, Director Mighton. Is there much unpaid overtime? Staff doing overtime work without any compensation at all?
Just through you, Madam Mayor, just the senior management team, which isn't eligible for time in lieu for any additional time.
Is that quantifiable in any way? Not at this moment, but for future discussions.
I know there's a pause, but staff are just addressing that and you'll get a response in one moment. Madam CAO, please.
Thank you. And thank you for the question, Councillor Shea. We had great plans of documenting our time. However, we are so busy being workers that we don't really keep our own records as well as we could. Council will recall that the senior management team is compensated with 5 management compensation days, which was intended to cover evening meetings and that sort of thing. The time that we're talking about is really, I mean, you'll see agendas coming way past 5 o'clock some weeks. It's things like that we just don't quantify that. So, but you know, we don't begrudge doing that. So it's part of the privilege of being a manager and in this corporation. Really what this position is going to do is help with that work-life balance across the board.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Councillor Hutchinson.
Yeah, just to quantify that, being in the administrative role in my past life, I would say that we probably don't want to know the number of hours that you put in because it's just one of those things. You take on that responsibility and you do what you have to do, and the hours outside regular hours doesn't seem to matter. So I appreciate all the work that you guys do in your role. I just like to make a point again. I like to keep the big picture in mind. And I do believe that this position and the other position, which is capital projects and environment, I think there's 2 positions that we need. I think they're important, but I also understand that if we add the 60 and 70, you get 1.3% on our budget. So now we're 11+%. So we're going the wrong way. I'm just curious where we're going to make the cuts and so on. So yeah, I agree. Important positions. But again, can we afford to keep everything we've got in this budget? So just a thought. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anything further? Clerk Sharbuck, then could you please read the motion at hand?
Through Mayor, that $60,000 be included in the 2022 operating budget for the administrative assistant, customer service and records position.
All those in favor indicate with the raised hand. 7 members of council have voted in favor of this motion. The motion is carried. Thank you. Over to you, Director Mighton.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. I can share my screen just to give us an update of where we're at. We've made a few decisions here.
Thank you.
So we started with the 10.8 is our last year's levy. About 108,000 is 1%. So we started with the 9.9% increase. We've adjusted additional CPI than what was included, additional training, and then the new asset or admin assistant records position. So that gets us down. I will increase the view so you can see that a little better, but we're at 10.9% or 1.179 million tax levy increase. So that just gets sort of where we're at. And I will stop that share so we can go back to the gallery view and move to the next topic.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so
Councillor Hamilton, Councillor Hamilton, what I'm anticipating, what I should say at this point, I was thinking that we would move down through fire and then police and then have a break. So I was thinking that that would be about 1:45. I mean, that's just kind of the thinking that I have at this point, and then a break if that'll work for folks. But wanted to get that out there. Councillor Hamilton, over to you.
Oh, thank you. You did read my mind. I do have one more point or question, I should say. Just based on the spreadsheet that we saw, may I ask the director if she is able to provide that the growth number that we often receive a little later on in our budget deliberation, but if you have an idea of what that might be and how that affects our levy. Thank you.
Yes, Director Mighton, please.
Yes, I didn't have a chance to pull the growth numbers. Were released just late last week from MPAC, preliminary growth numbers anyways. I will try to take a look at that. But I'm thinking typically, historically, it's been 1.5, whether we would be able to squeeze out 2%. But that hasn't been included in there. I was hoping to get a chance and I didn't get at that, but they were released just late yesterday with the preliminary numbers, or not yesterday, but last week, I should say. So we will get that and I'll pull that forward, but it could be anywhere between that 1 to 2% has been historically where we've seen growth.
Appreciate the question and appreciate the response. All right, back over to you, Director Mighton.
Okay, so the next couple items on our index form is just sort of explains you'll see a decrease in the annual transfer to our reserve that West Grey holds for the Elmwood Fire. It is not a joint board reserve. That is our reserve that we set aside. The level was at sufficient enough, and we are using some of that, or we will be using some of that in the Elmwood Fire budget. They are purchasing a truck in 2022, but felt that we had sufficient reserves. We could reduce that. So that's the 20,000 that you see there. And in the next sort of the fire emergency services and health and safety, their increases basically mostly relate to estimated insurance cost increases. You'll recall we did have a significant increase in 2021, and we used 45,000 of our insurance reserve for the approximate $90,000 increase. So there is that extra 45,000 plus a small adjustment. We haven't received the renewal yet, but hoping that it won't be as significant as the prior year. So between the estimated cost of living adjustment and the insurance, that's operationally where the increases are in the fire budget. So again, we didn't do a budget request form for those. So if there's no questions on those, I'll move to the police reform. But
let me just ask, any questions on those? Okay. All right then. Yes, please proceed, Director. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. So through you, Madam Mayor. So the next, we've got a budget request form from the Police Services Board. They were facing, again, some increases. They have their negotiated contract wages, the insurance, dispatch contracts, and then they have some additional costs. There was the one-time COVID levy funding that we had allocated towards that budget for some of their overtime costs. So that funding is not continued in 2022. 22. So you see that as in that other column. So that is now part of that year over year increase there as well. So that's their operating, and then they had a small increase in their capital that they're looking for. But that, I think their form is fairly self-explanatory. It's basically a status quo budget for them, with the exception of some additional capital items, but on the operations.
Thank you. Any questions? Councillor Townsend, then Councillor Hergert.
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. One of the things that really stands out when you look at the 2020, 2021, and 2022 sort of progression is that the COVID funds were actually used to inflate revenue from an operations perspective, and then we're back to the regular one in 2022. So I just like to caution folks that my understanding is COVID-19 funds are meant to offset either lost revenue where you still have the expenses, or expenses where you have the service but you can't get payment, and it's not like really a normal revenue stream. So that would be like cleaning, mask, things like that. But to use them as operations, as council also did in 2019, and found the problem when you move over, we're seeing it again. And I'm really concerned that we have to be really careful how we do that, because we've introduced an increase in the prior year that creates a challenge for us in the next year. And that's where the 75,000 comes from. So I'm not saying that what they did was right or wrong. That's obviously up to the people to manage the budget. But from an outside observant perspective, it really does say that we created a rod for our own back by that happening for our council. So I just wanted to make that clear. Thank you.
Director Mighton, any response?
No, I've got no comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Over to you, Councillor Hergert now.
Yes, thank you. I'm not sure what of their budget we can change. 10.3% is just too high. I also have noted that there's a couple $100,000 in reserves for the police. What could we use some from the reserves, maybe Director, to offset this, or what could be changed? I'm not sure that I'm comfortable with a 10.3% increase in one department in 1 year.
Director Mighton, please.
Any request for change does need to be pushed back to the Police Services Board, but they do have in their reserves some set aside for legal and HR issues, and they are using a significant amount for some of their capital purchases for their 911 next gen enhancements that they're doing as well, and some computers that are need to be replaced, both in car and desktop station computers. So they are using some of those reserves on that side as well in the capital.
What is the process for pushing this back to the board?
Council would just need to pass a motion to request reconsideration. Caution you, similar to Councillor Townsend's comment, to just arbitrarily use reserves to lower your operating budget. Eventually they will be used up. So it is just a caution that what you're setting yourself up for may not be sustainable moving forward, but it's council's, they can ask the board to reconsider, but it is up to the board to determine if they're able to make any changes.
We do have the chair of the Police Services Board, and I just want to give him an opportunity if he has anything he wishes to respond based on the inquiries. Thank you. That is Chair Doug Townsend. Good morning.
Good morning, Your Worship, and good morning, councillors. Just to clarify where we are with our surplus, yes, we do have a pending HR issue that this board inherited from our predecessors, which will be resolved in early 2022. And we're not sure at this point how much of our reserves will be used up on that. And we also have some pending legal fees out of another issue that will also be hopefully resolved in early 2022. So as far as our reserves, I respectfully request that we leave them alone for this year. But with things being resolved in early 2022, that may give us a better picture, give council a better picture going forward to 2023.
Thank you for that. Is there anything further? Councillor Townsend, I see your electronic hand on that. Is that just from before? Okay, thank you.
I do have another question, Madam Mayor.
All right, well then, please go ahead.
Thank you. First of all, I respect the comment of Chair Townsend from the police board, and I would agree with the Director of Finance's comment that we're, again, just going to create another rod for our own back if we use reserves. So I don't support that. What I am wondering, though, is there's a lot of services that police services actually do. And I believe that there's a majority of them are likely regulated, and there's probably some that aren't. As a council member, I do not understand that split, and I do not understand what are more discretionary than not. And I'm wondering, rather than pushing the number, should we be looking at services that get provided that are not mandatory according to, say, the Police Act or sort of other acts that affect the police services, that we should be looking at to say, how much of those discretionary can we afford or should we be doing? And I don't know that council's looked at, I know we haven't looked at that in this term. I don't know whether council in the past has ever looked at those services and said, can we do them? Should we do them? Do we continue to do them? So if anything was going back, that's what I would recommend that we do back to the Police Services Board to say, what is discretionary, i.e. not mandatory? And should we look at those kind of services to see what we can afford? Thank you.
Well, thank you. And I will go to Councillor, or rather, Councillor, thank you for the comment. And I will go to the chair in a moment. But I can let you know that, of course, you're aware that we're with the West Grey Police Services Board. We are in the process of a business plan. And we will be connecting back with council. We did have the formal launch with council back in August at one of the August meetings. So that is underway. So that I feel is a good opportunity to have that discussion. Chair Townsend, anything further?
No, nothing, Your Worship.
I would like to do that. Oh, sorry. Sorry, Robin.
Chair Townsend, thank you. I know we're dealing with
too many
Townsends right now.
But yeah.
Here we go.
This is a good thing. This is a good reason why I didn't get elected in last time. Anyway.
Moving on, please. Thank you very much.
All right. No, nothing to respond to that. But yes, I do believe that that would be a good opportunity when we bring the business plan and communicate with council, a good opportunity to open those dialogues. Yes, thank you.
Appreciate that comment. And then I know there was a run-in with two comments there. Councillor Townsend, over to you, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Sorry about that. I'm just wondering whether or not we can get a preliminary feedback from the Police Services Board rather than waiting for the formal plan to come forward. I say that because we're setting the budget now, not in March, April, or whenever that comes forward. And since there hasn't been a plan for years, if at all, from the West Grey Police Services, I think that would be a nice thing to have, an appropriate thing to have before we approve the budget, in case there is an opportunity there for things that council does not see as important as perhaps was seen in the past.
So I would
at the
suggest,
appropriate time, I would move a motion that we request that of the Police Services Board, and that being a distinction of the services that are provided that are mandatory and those that are not legislated, I guess is the easiest way to put it. So the council could look at that to determine if there's any services no longer supported by council. Thank you.
thank you. So I'm wondering if that's in line with the presentation that our West Grey Police Service Board would be doing with the business plan, but recognizing there's been business plans in prior years with previous boards. But just in terms of the operation of the West Grey Police Service Board, in terms of having the budget passed. So are you looking at just dealing with the budget and then a further discussion with our board, the West Grey Police Services Board, to address the potential for a discussion of different service opportunities in line with the business plan that's being created?
Madam Mayor, I'm looking for feedback from the Police Services Board for that information prior to us saying that the Police Services Board is fine, because there's no point in doing it after the fact if, in fact, we are sacrificing other things without adequately looking at those discretionary or non-legislative services. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Director Mighton, I wonder if you're just able to respond based on budget and how that overall has the impact. I'm just addressing that right now. Thank you.
Yes, I'm not certain that the there isn't a, I don't believe, a scheduled Police Services Board meeting for December. Normally they would meet near the end of, I think, the last Monday of the month. So that is when our offices are closed. But I don't know if they have another one scheduled before then, or are able to schedule another board meeting before then to discuss their budget. Our next budget meeting would be January 4th. So that would be immediately following the Christmas, New Year's shutdown. So those, anything to be brought back would be, having to get out in the agenda early December before that, mid-December before the shutdown.
Thank you for that response. So I'm looking to Clerk Scharbeck. We do have a motion from Stephen Townsend. I'm wondering if you could just read back the information for that, Clerk Scharbeck.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. I'll just confirm with Councillor Townsend that this is your intention. That Council requests a report from the Police Services Board regarding the draft business plan and the identification of mandatory and discretionary services provided by the West Grey Police Services. Is that what you're looking for?
Sorry, yes, other than the fact I'd like to take discretionary and make it non-legislated. And the reason I say that is it might not be under the act. Like, for example, if you look at some of the mental health activities, right, that could be under a different legislative. So if we say non-legislative, I think that gives them a broader view of what they have been requested to be done.
So through you, Mayor, regarding the draft business plan and the identification of legislated and non-legislated services provided by the West Grey Police Services. Is that clear?
That's clear. And also I would add prior to the budget being approved by council. And as far as scheduling goes, I have to leave that to the Police Services Board to respond rather than us just assume it can't happen. So
yeah, we will prepare a meeting accordingly. Okay, I'm looking for a seconder for the motion, and I look for a raised hand. That is Councillor Hergert as the seconder. Councillor Shea, a comment or clarification? Please go ahead.
Yes, so I also serve on the Police Service Board, and I heartily agree that discussions between the board and council about service levels is an important discussion. And the mayor and the chair have both indicated that that will happen in the context of completing or reviewing the business plan, which seems entirely appropriate. I'm afraid that it's very unlikely to impact this year's budget. I think the Director of Finance, who also serves as the treasurer for the police board, could probably confirm this, but is not the very big bulk of this increase related to the annualization of hires that were done last year. So those hires were made, those people are on board. Their salaries have just gone from partial year salaries to full year salaries this year. That's not something that we can sort of undo. if I could get a clarification on that, then I think we're going to find that our hands are pretty much tied with relation to this annual this year's budget increase request.
Thank you for that clarification, Councillor Shea. Over to you, Director Martin, for the response to that.
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, there was a couple new hires that were approved in last year's budget. So one, they were at a recruit level, and two, they were only on for a partial year. So now they would be coming on board with at a fourth line constable classification, because they're now fully or will be fully trained, and they will be annualized for the full year. So that, and those rates are all part of the negotiated contract with the association. So there's no flexibility in that area.
Councillor Shea, anything further?
No, I guess I just don't want to hold out the hope from Councillor Townsend's motion for further consultation that it's going to impact this year's budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson, and thank you, Councillor Townsend, for your motion. That captures some of my questions I've had over the past couple of years. So I appreciate you bringing that forward, and I can support that as well. I do have a question just about the budget, probably for our director. So the one-time COVID funding that was supplied last year, was there then a subsequent reduction of operating expenses or COVID expenses for 2022 to offset? If it was one-time expense, one-time funding, then this year there'd be a $75,000 reduction, for example, in the 2022 budget, or how is that captured in the budget? Thank you.
Director Martin, please.
So the COVID funding was used in the police budget to help offset additional overtime associated with COVID-related calls.
Okay.
That was the primary. Some of the expenses associated, the PPE and that type of thing, those were included in a separate COVID budget, if you will, that we used. But we did, council had approved using 75,000 of our Safe Restart funding to help cover off some of those overtime costs on the actual. Those weren't included in the budget at the time. Not anticipating, you just don't know how much overtime they might have had, but it was to help offset those actual COVID-related overtime expenses.
Okay, thank you, Director. And so do we know if this budget is also anticipating overtime, or has there been a reduction in the overtime? Perhaps there's not as much anticipated with COVID. Well, we're still in COVID, aren't we? But thank you.
Yeah, there's always a small amount of, again, depending on the severity of a call that might, if it was a significant incident that might relate to overtime. So that this budget is more of a normalized overtime, hoping that the COVID calls will be less related to that and just more related to the regular business of policing.
Thank you. And one last COVID question, if I might. Is there COVID funding again for 2022, or has that been announced?
I have not heard anything for any additional future COVID-related funding.
Thank you. Yeah, I figured as much. And further to Councillor Shea's point, that this budget is there's nothing new in this budget. This budget is just decisions that were made last year, and now we're realizing the full impact of those decisions. And I understand that as well. I understand that, and I support Councillor Townsend's motion. I understand both. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And before I go to Councillor Townsend, I do want to say that I'll be seeking a recorded vote on this. So I wanted the clerk to know that. Over to you, Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to clarify two things if I can. The first one is I do support the police services, and I do love the job they do, and it's a tough job, and I'm glad they do it and not myself, to be quite frank. And it's not an easy one to do. Second of all, I wasn't looking to cut back on the increase. I was looking to see if there was opportunity elsewhere in the budget for other services that are non-legislated that present an opportunity. And my belief is that could affect this year's budget rather than try to take away the increase from an approval of an increase last year. So just to be clear on that point, thank you.
Is there anyone else that wishes to speak? Councillor Hutchinson, please.
Yeah, I agree with Councillor Townsend. I don't think it hurts to take a look. And we may not like the answer that they come forward with in terms of what services that might need to be cut in order to bring it down. And as Councillor Shea mentioned, maybe it's just something we need to live with, understanding that our police budget is about a third of our total budget. It's a lot of money, but people do want policing and they do a good job. There's no doubt. They're a police force that we have in our area, and we want them to be here and we want to keep them. So it's just something we're going to maybe have to live with. I just want to mention too, one thing that maybe they can take back to the board, and I know that it's not going to necessarily be in our budget, but something to look into and going forward is that we do need to transition to electric vehicles. So we're going to buy 2 new vehicles. I hope with our new police station that we're going to start to have plug-in stations. And that's the way society is going. So we need to start transitioning, though there probably will be a cost involved in that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, I don't see any other questions. Councillor Townsend, your electronic hand, I know you'll take that down. Councillor Hamilton, please.
Thanks, Mayor Robinson. Just one quick question of our director. Director, could you circulate just via email the cost of per household for police costing? In previous budgets, that's been included. I'm wondering if you could please include that for years 2018 until now, just via email for council's information. Thank you very much.
Clerk Sharbuck, over to you for the recorded vote, please.
Through you, Mayor. The motion moved by Councillor Townsend and seconded by Councillor Hergert is that council requests a report from the Police Services Board regarding the draft business plan and the identification of legislated and non-legislated services provided by West Grey Police Services prior to the 2022 budget being approved by council. And the mayor has called for a recorded vote, so I'll call the vote now. Councillor Shea.
Yes.
Councillor Hutchinson.
In favor.
Councillor Hamilton.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson.
Not in favor.
Councillor Hergert.
Councillor Hergert, yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Councillor Townsend, in favor.
And Mayor Robinson.
Not in favor.
And that vote is carried.
Okay, I'm wondering at this point, would council like a 15-minute break, perhaps? We're looking at 1:45, so perhaps to 11 o'clock. Just making sure that the time is correct here on my phone. One moment. Okay, so how about to 11 o'clock? That sounds good. We'll see everybody back. Please take your mic and your audio off. Thanks. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back, everyone. We're starting the meeting. I'm just wondering if the audio could be addressed.
If I may, Mayor Robinson,
Yes, please.
I believe your Zoom mic is open, and it wasn't open before, so that might be why there's a bit of an echo. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I note that thank you to everyone involved. Thank you to everyone involved that can assist with that. Are we good for the audio at this time? All right. Well, I'm calling the meeting back to order. 3, 5. All right. So we are ready to roll. We have quorum for the meeting, and I hope you enjoyed your break. And I will pay attention to my mic on my computer as well. Appreciate that. Director Mighton, we are now on SVCA, I believe. Would you take us through that, please?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Robinson. So we've just got an estimated increase in there for Sauget Valley. We haven't received their budget package yet. That will be coming, but that is an estimate based on the preliminary budget review that they were doing. So I've got an estimated increase in there. Again, that will be coming forward, hopefully at a future, that whole package will be coming forward at a future meeting, but we've got some sort of an increase in there, hoping that it would be sufficient. So unless there's nothing to action on this one.
Yes, and I appreciate that. Both the Deputy Mayor and I serve on the SVCA Board of Directors, and I can tell you that the budget has been approved by the board. We are waiting for the information to be sent to the member municipalities. And also there was an indication that there would be a delegation coming forward. But I appreciate that this information is in here for council's information at this time. Thank you. Please continue then.
Okay, so our next budget request form.
Director, I'm sorry. I do see now Councillor Hergert's hand is up. Councillor Hergert.
Yes, thank you. I had a one-on-one chit chat with our CAO last week, and I understand that there are some member municipalities of SVCA that are researching the memorandum of agreement to see what requirements in-house we need to have for actually not being part of the SVCA, that we do have a planner on staff and the credentials for a flood planner. If our staff have that, have those credentials, or if that is some training that we could provide to have a gap there. I do note that the conservation budget is significant, and if we only had to add some staff credentials, there might be an opportunity for the flood planner to be in-house or to possibly be shared with another member municipality. So I would like us to keep our options open, and I believe that the CAO last week had mentioned she would look into those credentials and see what that would take. So just a future opportunity.
Well, appreciate you sort of bookmarking that. We certainly want to wait to have the full proposed budget from SVCA dealing with West Grey. And certainly we're all aware that there have been provincial changes to the Conservation Authorities Act and what those mandated legislative requirements will be. So thanks for that. We'll certainly look forward to the budget package being submitted by SVCA with regard to West Grey. Director Mighton.
Okay, so moving into the Public Works, the first budget request form, this draft budget does include $90,000 for a traffic study. So that is included in here unless there's any changes requested for that.
Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. So if I recall correctly, the director had brought come forward with a traffic study for Sadler Street East as requested by council. And then council further requested, what would be the cost for all of West Grey? And if I understand correctly, that's what this is. Could the director remind me how much the cost was for Sadler Street East, please? Thank you.
Thank you, and through your worship. I believe the cost for the Sadler Street traffic study was, for traffic calming, was approximately $10,000. And yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Director. And so I'm leaning towards, I'm going to put a motion on the floor that would, that we include funds for the Sadler Street study. Not this big West Grey study. And so just as further comment, I think Sadler Street, the need was identified by our traffic working group. We're just kind of dipping our toe into that. There'll be opportunity in the future to look at other areas of concern, but I think this is a real good next step for the 2022 budget. So that would be my motion, just to do the Sadler Street, please. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll have Clerk Scharbeck read back your motion, and then I'll look for a seconder.
Through you, Mayor, I'll just confirm, Councillor Hamilton, that this is your intention, that the 2022 budget include $10,000 for the Sadler Street traffic study, and that $90,000 for the full West Grey traffic study be removed from the 2022 budget.
Yes, thank you, Clerk. You've captured that well. And also thank you to our director for bringing this information forward today. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the reminder. Councillor Townsend, you're seconding, and Councillor Hamilton, thank you very much for the confirmation on your motion. Any questions with regard to the motion at hand? Councillor Shea.
Thank you. To the director, the proposal before us, the original proposal, the one sheet that you've prepared, listed three things. Sadler Street study of all urban areas in West Grey study, and development of a traffic calming plan. And I thought that third element, plan, was something that would be sort of like an ongoing tool that we could use. So we would say, after the Sadler Street one, here's how we would address, future hotspot issues. We would have a consultant work with us to develop a procedure or a policy, I thought. Did I understand that correctly? And did that component have a separate budget from the 10,000, or was that? I have a recollection that component had like a $7,000 budget attached to it.
I'm going to Director Mighton and then to Director Schwinski. Director Mighton first. Do you have a response?
Director Schwinski can provide further clarification, but the 40 kilometer in all urban areas is a separate budget item, but not just dealing with Sadler Street alone, I believe. But.
Over to you, Director Schwinski.
Through your worship, absolutely. The traffic calming plan. I brought a figure to council of, I think it was approximately $7,500, and that was to provide essentially a plan, a policy, and a procedure for dealing with traffic calming issues as they come up in the future and so forth. And that's what the price tag was on that. The 90,000 that I have here in the budget is an upset limit, and essentially to accommodate all of the studies and plans and so forth that the council had requested to be brought back to budget. That's what this entails. I also, at this point in time, Also want to remind council that council's been receiving petitions with respect to speed limits, with respect to traffic issues and so forth. So with a study with respect to the component in here where it refers to the urban areas of West Grey, within this budget, I would also try to get the most value out of the study, essentially to address a lot of the common issues that keep coming up with respect to speed reduction and traffic issues in West Grey.
Anything further?
Yes, thank you. So I appreciate that you are trying to take a holistic view of all of the possible problems within West Grey, and I believe that was Council's direction at a previous meeting. I do think that your initial impulse to try a small project on Sadler Street and to develop a policy that would guide us going forward does make the most sense for a year one project, with the idea of doing something that's more on a $90,000 scale as being something we could do in year two once we've got some experience in this field. So that's why I support Councillor Hamilton's initiative, but I would like to make an amending motion, or I could ask for a friendly amendment, that the 10,000 be increased to 17,000, and that it would include the development of the traffic calming plan. I'll make that as an amendment. I'd like to move that as an amendment then.
Yes, we'll put that as an amendment. We determined here, although other municipalities and councils use friendly amendments, this one addresses, we don't do friendly amendments here. And also this is a change in the funding. So it would be an actual amendment to itself. I look to Clerk Sharbeck to read that back, and I'll look for a seconder at that time. So.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. I'll just confirm, Councillor Shea, that this is your intention, that the motion be amended to change the $10,000 for the Sadler Street East traffic study to $17,000 to include the Sadler Street East traffic study and the development of a traffic calming plan.
Is that correct, Councillor Shea?
Yes, thank you.
Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Hergert?
Could I ask, just for some clarity, I believe it's 7,500, and so that motion might be 17,500.
That would
So
be
with
acceptable
that,
to me.
I'm just going to double check with our Director Mighton. Is that with respect to that inquiry? I wonder if you can confirm.
Yes, I think you had 10,000 for the traffic plan plus 7,500 for the traffic study was 10,000, and then 7,500 was for the traffic calming plan for a total of 17,500. I think.
Clerk Sharbeck, please.
Yes, I said 17,000 out loud, but I have 17,500 written down. So pardon me, Councillor Hergert, that was my error in just reading that back. I have it changed from 10,000 to 17,500. Is that?
Councillor Shea?
Okay.
All right, and we see as the seconder. Is there any comments or questions with regard to this? Councillor Hergert, I see your electronic hand up. Is there anything further? Okay, any other member of council? Does anybody need the motion read again? All right then, all those in favor indicate with a raised hand. Councillor Hutchinson, I just need to know you're off screen. So can I take your raised hand or not raised hand, however you wish? Okay, so that is 7 members of council have voted in favor of the motion. The motion is carried, and I can indicate that Councillor Hutchinson did raise his hand in favor of the motion. And I also see, like the rest of you, that he has his camera back on. Okay, so the amending motion is carried. Over to you, Clerk Scharbeck, on the main motion.
Through you, Mayor, the main motion is that the 2022 budget includes $17,500 for the Sather Street East traffic study and the development of a traffic calming plan, and that the $90,000 for the full West Grey traffic study be removed from the 2022 budget.
Any questions of clarity? Seeing none, all those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 7 members of council have voted in favor of the motion. The motion is carried. Thank you. Director Mighton, please.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. So our next budget request form deals with signage change for the 40 kilometers in all urban areas. And this is subsequent to the November 2nd council resolution. So it is an estimated $15,000 cost for that program. That is included in this draft.
Is there any questions with regard to this? Councillor Hutchinson.
Just clarification. Wasn't there some, weren't we going to discuss with the county about changes through like Newstead 8 and some of these places that have county roads going through? Is that a goal?
Director Sherwinski.
Your worship, thank you for that question. Essentially, in order to affect the county speed limit reduction through our urban areas, the county policy dictates that, or states that that West Grey would have to first reduce their speed limit to 40 kilometers an hour, which is what we're looking to do in this case. And then the county would follow suit once our bylaw is in place and we have completed that change with respect to the speed limit in our areas. So and then once we do that, then we would approach county council to essentially make their county roads the same speed as they are in our respective communities.
Thank you. All right, anything further, members of council? All right then, Director Mighton.
And the last budget request form in this one is the environment and capital projects coordinator position. Oh.
Anything that you wish to add at this point, Director Mighton?
No, I don't. We did briefly discuss the various positions a bit earlier in the meeting. So this is one of those ones that is coming forward for consideration subsequent to the consultant's review previously.
Madam CIO, anything before I go to the members of council that you wish to add?
Not at this time. Mayor Robinson, I do note that Councillor Townsend had a question. I don't know if it was on this matter or if it was on the traffic. He's doing this, so I'll leave it to you. Thank you.
All right, so we've moved on. Councillor Townsend, I was coming to you with regard to the Environmental and Capital Projects Coordinator. Now I'm getting an indication you have a question from the previous item. Please go ahead.
Yes, I might have got my hand up late, but I was trying to get it up there. All I wanted to do was get the director to also confirm what the process, or whether the process was the same for the provincial highway that actually runs through Durham, and the way we deal with that of reduction to 40, because it's not a county road, right? I believe that's a provincial road.
Director Sherwinski.
Through your worship, good question. The process is different. I would have to further consult with the MTO, but to the best of my knowledge, their particular policy is a little bit different than that of the county. But I can follow through with council and provide them with that information if it is the will of council.
Okay, thank you. Just to refocus back on the staffing request for the Environmental and Capital Projects Coordinator. Director Shrinsky, as this is something under your portfolio, did you require any information to be presented to council at this time? No, thank you. Madam CAO.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. Just for council's information, I think the budget request form is well, I think it's pretty comprehensive for the background and the rationale for this being brought forward. One of the items that I would like to provide an update on is the progress of the Climate Action Plan. Staff have been working with ICLEI, the local governments for sustainability. They were the successful proponents to the request for proposals that went out in September, October. The timeline for that project is that we would have our own climate action plan sometime in the spring. We're targeting May, so not too far off. It's only a few months to go. We are working with Grey County as well. There's actually a meeting next week to sort of align some of the goals of the county's plan. But our climate action plan is specifically for our municipal assets. So it's everything that we own, everything that we buy, and everything that decisions that we make moving forward. So it's a significant undertaking when you think about how it's going to impact and improve the way we operate. However, without some dedicated staffing, I do have concerns that we're not going to be as effective as the recommendations coming out of that plan.
Thank you very much for that that summary. Appreciate it. Any other questions? Councillor Shea.
I know this always comes back to bite us afterwards, but I'm assuming that this position and the one we discussed earlier will not be filled January 1st. If these positions are going to be filled, let's say January, February, March, let's say April 1st, could we put in 3/4 of the salary for these in this year and then add the final quarter as a top up in our 2023 budget? I know that puts an albatross around our neck in 2023. But it's just, it's just a ramp up to bringing someone on board, or a couple of people on board, over a couple of years, a couple of year budget cycles. Is that an option?
So I'll go to Madam CAO for the response, and then Director Mighton, if you wish to add to anything, certainly that would put it over to the next term of council. However, it does speak to multi-year budgeting. So Madam CIO first, and then Director Mighton. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson, and thank you, Councillor Shea, for the inquiry. In a perfect world, I would love to be able to recruit this position so that they could actually shape and sort of be an influencer on our climate action plan, because quite frankly, you'll see that the staff that are involved in that plan, we're competent, but we are certainly not environmental experts. So that would be that is a gap in our team. But you're right. I mean, recruitment does take time. So looking at calendars, we probably would be starting a recruitment. And if it's a couple of months, then yeah, that this person would not be in the building until the spring. I'm not quite sure on our treasurer's comfort with that. So if you don't mind, Madam Mayor, I'll turn off my mic and she can have hers.
Good segue, Madam CAO, and over to you, Director Mighton, please.
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, as discussed, it's just that cautionary tale of just remember that it will be annualized in the next year. This position we hadn't included in the budget. So if we did 3/4, then we'd be adding about 52.5 for a position that would start, partway through the year for 3/4 of the way estimate.
Councillor Shea, you still have the mic.
It's indicated that this on this sheet that it was included in the draft budget.
Oh, that is an error. My apologies. This one was not included in our draft.
No, nor was the other.
Right. The admin records one was not included either. That was in addition to. Yeah.
Oh, well, then I would move that we make both of these positions a 3/4 allocation of the amount requested, with the further quarter to be applied in the following year.
Thank you. And we'll just take a moment for Clerk Scharbeck to write that motion, read that back, and I will seek a seconder at that time. We're just double checking, Councillor Shea, from the previous motion in terms of whether that the position that we addressed earlier was added to the budget. So I'm just getting clarification from Clerk Scharbeck on the motion that this council did make. So it will perhaps make a difference to your motion that you're presenting at this time. Over to you, Clerk Scharbeck, for clarification.
Through you, Mayor, yes, there was a resolution passed that $60,000 be included in the 2022 budget, operating budget for the administrative assistant records position. So that was carried earlier today. So I'm not sure if you want to rescind that or change that, or just move forward with the environmental position.
Councillor Shea, now that you have that information that we've already addressed that other position, at this point, are you looking just to deal with the environmental and capital projects coordinator?
Well, to Councillor Hutchinson's point, we do need to winnow away at this, and typically we do, go through this process and then come back and revisit some of the more challenging decisions. So we sometimes make decisions more than once on items that are before us. So I would, if it's procedurally allowed, I would like to capture both of the positions with this motion to fund 3/4 of them.
Okay, Clerk Scharbeck, procedurally, once you're writing down the motion in terms of how that can be addressed, if that can be addressed at this time. Thank you.
Through you, Mayor, yes, there just needs to be a motion to reconsider the motion regarding the admin assistant customer service records management position.
Okay, so we could deal with that first, with if that's what you choose, Councillor Shea. It would be reconsideration of the motion that was previously passed by this council. And I'd look to Clerk Scharbeck in terms of the process for reconsideration, which would require a 3/4 vote on majority, I believe, but I'll look to her. So over to you, Councillor Shea, in terms of how you wish to proceed.
That's fine. If it's easier to do this as two separate motions, that's fine as well. I'll take the clerk's direction on this.
Okay, just kind of figuring out what you wish to do as your motion.
I would do it as one single motion, but I think she's now indicated that we require a second motion to rescind. So I'll make both of those motions if necessary.
Okay, over to you, Clerk Scharbeck, for the procedure because that would be a reconsideration of the previous vote that we just took not too long ago with regard to the position dealing the addition of the additional staff member. So if you could assist with the reconsideration of that, and then Councillor's motion following that. Thank you.
So as a motion to reconsider, moved by Councillor Shea, that the motion that the resolution passed earlier in this same meeting regarding including $60,000 in the 2022 operating budget for the administrative assistant customer service records position be reconsidered.
Councillor Shea, are you fine with the language? Is there a seconder for that? And I look for hands up. Councillor Townsend is seconding. Any questions of clarification? Councillor Hergert.
Yes, thank you. So this is not touching the finance and asset management position, is that correct? That one was included in the draft budget. So the only two items that we're talking about is a customer service records, the in-blank capital projects coordinator for a 3/4 of a year budget amount, correct?
Clerk Scharbeck.
Yes.
Yes, that is correct. So this motion to reconsider is just to reconsider the resolution that was passed earlier today to include $60,000 for the records admin assistant. And then that decision will be before council, just as it was earlier, the same decision.
Is everybody clear? Okay. All those in favor, we do have a mover and a seconder. All those in favor of the reconsideration motion, raise your hand. 7 members of council voted in favor. The motion is carried. Councillor Shea, would you put your motion forward then? Clerk Sharbuck, do you need to frame the motion for us? Just double checking, or go to Councillor Shea.
The decision before council now is back to that original decision for the request to add $60,000 to the 2022 budget for the admin assistant records position. So that's the decision before council. It can be addressed and include the second position as well. It might be clearer just to do one at a time, though, to be honest.
Over to you, Councillor Shea.
I would like to amend the motion that's before us to include 3/4 of $60,000 in this year's budget, with the understanding that the further quarter would be allocated the following year.
Thank you. We'll wait for Clerk Sharbuck to have the language of the motion, and then I'll look for a seconder.
Moved by Councillor Shea that $45,000 be added to the 2022 operating budget for the administrative assistant customer service records position for 3/4 of the year.
Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Hutchinson? Any questions, Councillor?
I'll second the motion, but I'd also like to ask the CAO a question.
Yes, I've got you as a seconder. Councillor Hutchinson, thanks for checking. And you have a question of the CAO. Please go ahead with your question.
Yes, just does this time frame work for you? That means we're looking at probably March before this position is going to be filled?
Madam CAO.
Through Madam Mayor, yes, Councillor. I think that timing will work sufficiently. Thank you.
So thank you for that. I just want to double check. I want to ensure for timing, Madam CAO, that this works for you, or that it was more appropriate with the full request for the funding.
Through Madam Mayor, well, I mean, if the budget is passed in January, recruitment would start, so that would take us to about March anyway. So we've lost the first quarter of 2021 or 2022. So I think it's appropriate.
Thank you. Is there any other questions? Councillor Shea.
I had initially suggested that the motion should include with the final 1/4 funding for this position to be allocated out of the 2023 budget, but maybe it's not possible for a council in this year to make commitments out of the 2023 budget. I just don't want it to appear as though we're funding 3/4 of a position.
Director Mayton.
Yeah, with the next, because it'll be a new council, I'll refer to the clerk on the procedures for commitments for the next council term.
Thank you for your response. Over to you, Clerk Sharbuck.
Through you, Mayor, no, there won't be anything from the 2023 budget addressed this year. But the motion does read that it be for the position for 3/4 of the year. So if it's the position for the full year, it would be the full amount in the 2022 budget. 45,000 covers 3/4 of the year for the position.
I see. Thank you.
So just for clarification overall, the next term of council would be addressing this position on whether it's in or out of the organizational chart because it's not fully in. I'm just seeking some clarification for that just for clarification. I'll leave it at that. Clerk Sharbuck.
My understanding is that this decision will approve the addition of the position. The position will be at $45,000 will be included in the 2022 budget to cover 3/4 of the year for this position, but it will be a permanent position and continue on. So in 2023, it will be the full 100% cost of the position, approximately $60,000 as we go on through the years. But this creates a new position.
Thank you for that clarity. Most appreciated. And I see confirmation through Director Mighton because she's nodding in agreement. Okay, Councillor Herger, please.
Yes, thank you. My only concern about reducing this to a 9-month program is that we already have the computer program at West Grey that we're buying licensing for. We all really have a strong commitment to ensuring the remediation of our previous website to our current, to the updated where we have bylaws and so on there. I feel like this position should be as fast as we can get this person in and trained. We already have the computer program. We have the paperwork that needs to be remediated. I understand the budget not being approved until, a little later, maybe January, so on. But this isn't something that I want to skimp on. We've all made a commitment to being very transparent and so on. And this is the way to do it. We have the program. We've got to get these documents remediated. So I'm very supportive of the position. I'd like it to start tomorrow. I understand staffing and logistics. I'm happy to support it as it is so we can get going.
Pardon me. Is there anybody else that wishes to speak? Councillor Hutchinson.
Yes, I agree. The position is important, but I think realistically, we're not going to have this person hired until close to March anyways, by the time the budget goes through and then you do the posting. So even if we say we're going to fund them 100%, they're not going to work 100% of the year. They're only going to work 2/3 or 3/4 of the year. So we need to shave the budget down. So this is an opportunity to get a few dollars off the budget, which makes it a little more accurate than just saying, okay, it's a full-time position, but you're only going to work 3/4 of the year. So I think it's important that we try to make it as accurate as possible. And that's why I'd be in favor of the 3/4 position.
Very good. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak? Does anybody need the motion read? All right, then all those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 7 members of council have voted in favor of the motion. The motion is carried. Okay, so that takes us off the reconsideration and the motion dealing with the administrative assistant, customer service and records. We refocus back now on staffing, environment and capital projects coordinator. Is that correct, Director Mighton? That's where we're at this point?
Yes, that motion only dealt with the one position. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Just to refocus, we're on this particular one. Councillor Shea, I know you may have other motions, so I'm going to you, and I see your electronic hand is up as well. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. Yes, I'd like to make a similar motion regarding this position around the 3/4 allotment. You could use the same wording, I think, as the last motion. The math will be slightly different, but I think the clerk understands.
Yes, yes, I can confirm she does. And she'll be reading back your motion in one moment, and I'll be seeking a seconder.
Through you, Mayor. Moved by Councillor Shay, $52,500 be included in the 2022 operating budget to fund an environment and capital projects coordinator position for 3/4 of the year.
Okay, is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Hutchinson,
Yes, a second motion. I also have a question.
please go ahead.
I'm in favor of this position, but my only concern is I don't really read the part about asset management in there. We really need to get going on our asset management plan, and for a community climate action plan, I think you really need to have an asset management plan. So is this position going to work on the asset management plan also?
Thank you for the question. And I know we spoke of asset management earlier. I wonder if Director Mighton could provide a recap and any additional information, please.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. Yes, the position that we're currently hiring for in the finance department for a finance admin assistant and asset management, that position will work with all departments in coordinating and bringing forward the asset management plan. So this environmental position would work hand in hand with them, but the actual asset management piece will be the finance piece. But it's similar to all departments within public works and police, fire, recreation. They'll be working with the finance position, will be working with all those departments to build and maintain that asset management plan. So this environmental piece would be another feed into it, but their primary role won't be maintaining that asset management plan as far as the update to meet the targets, if that helps.
Over to you, Councillor Hutchinson.
So the person doing the asset management plan, they're already in this budget, and they're not a new position. Have we hired them yet?
We've had one round of interviews, and we're just going to be trying to schedule the next couple of interviews. So we're in the process of doing that hiring right now.
So is it out of the question that the asset management person would be able to do some of this without having a full-time staff to do the environmental part of it?
Over to you, CAO Johnston.
Through you, Mayor Robinson. Thank you for that question, Councillor. We're envisioning the environment and capital projects coordinator to have a very different skill set. The asset management position that we're recruiting for right now is truly a finance position, and it's going to assist not only with projections for assets, but also financial projections and long-term budgeting, that sort of thing. So it's bringing a finance lens to our assets, and so that we can plan out replacement cycles and that sort of thing. This environment position would be an influencer on how we manage and continue to develop those assets or replace them. You know, I mean, we talked a little earlier about e-vehicles. You know, the asset management coordinator will budget for that and project for that, but this position will be the one that will be doing the research and the recommendations. So they will work hand in hand, but I don't see a whole lot of overlap in their role.
Absolutely, Councillor, please go ahead.
So that's fine. So I presume we're looking for office space in the basement then?
Madam CAO.
Through Mayor Robinson, absolutely not. We will economize on desk space or something, but yeah, the basement's not an option.
Certainly, I know you'd have a plan for that.
Thank you.
Your plan. I understand that's your last question. Thank you for that. Is there anything further, members of council? Does any, yes, Councillor Hamilton, please go ahead.
Oh, thank you, Mayor Robinson. And so I support this position for all the reasons that were outlined, and just a couple more thoughts. I was thinking of water conservation, as we talked about our water capacity. This person, I think, will pay for themselves, quite frankly, and finding efficiencies and energy savings and that kind of thing. and also perhaps assisting in applying for grants. A lot of grants are now moving towards a climate lens, climate analysis, and we need that kind of experience and lens to be successful in applying for grants. If you don't have it, you can't even apply for grants. If I look at some of those federal grants, so again, just adding a little bit more support to what's already here outlined on our page. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those comments. And I also see a dovetail into Connect with SVCA, quite frankly, just based on what you have just said, Councillor Hamilton. So appreciate those remarks. Anything further, members of council? All right. Again, does anybody need the motion read? All right, then all those in favor indicate with a raised hand, please. 7 members of council have voted in favor of the motion. The motion is carried. Back over to you, Director Mighton, please.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. Similar to the Conservation Authority, I do not have final numbers yet for airport or transit. So I've just included a small increase in the budget. So those, once those joint boards provide their final numbers, hopefully it's within what we've budgeted, but that's just a placeholder that I have anticipated a small increase in those, but we don't have any final presentation from either of those joint boards yet.
Thank you. And I'm wondering if you're envisioning that might be at the January 4 budget meeting. And I know we've got capital as the priority on that budget, but if we see the transit, smart transit and airport, as well as SVCA, perhaps that'll be tied in, as well as any information from the police board as well.
Yes,
Is that what you're
definitely. If
envisioning?
we've got any of that information at that point for the January meeting, if they firmed anything up, then we can provide any update that, yep, we're still within our budget amount, or we need a significant dollar amount change. But hopefully they'll land somewhere within what we've got. But we'll provide that update once if it's available for January 4th, hopefully.
Very good. I look to the council appointed members of not only West Grey Police, of which I'm part, and Councillor Shea, but Airport Authority, Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, and for Smart Transit, Councillor Hamilton. If you can just tee up with your respective boards, that would be wonderful. That's just a public service announcement. Okay, thank you, Director Mighton. Before we go any further, Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm just wondering if we can get an update on the percentage and where we're at, because we've made 3 fairly significant adjustments to the budget.
Very good.
Thank you.
All right.
Yes, definitely. My apologies there for not doing that sooner. So we've got, since then we've added for the traffic study and common plan, that's in that Sadler Street area only, as opposed to, and then we've removed the full traffic study of 90,000. And then we've reconsidered the new records assistant to be only 3/4 of the year. And then the environmental position is a new add for 3/4 of the year. So we're currently at 10.6% is our current tax levy increase.
Well, thank you for that. I think we're moving on then, and appreciate those interval
Yes.
updates.
Yeah. So then we're into the waste management landfill. We are showing an increase included in the budget to our tipping fees, effective March 1st. Is what we're projecting those. And so that does have an increase in revenues. There's a slight realignment amongst the which landfills because of the traffic flowing to Bentic landfill in particular. And then there is an increase in the contract for garbage collection and recycling collection. That's just part of that. It was originally a 10-year contract, so that is partly in there. So there's no budget request form for that. That's just explains some of those shifts in there. But the first, the budget request form that we have is additional staffing required to maintain the existing days and hours of the landfill operations, which would include being open on Saturdays at each of the 3 sites, 2 transfer stations and 1 at the landfill site in Bentic. But that is if there's no changes, that was about a $75,000 impact once we can get sufficient staff numbers up to continue to man that.
Thank you for that. Questions, Councillor Townsend?
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. I'm just wondering what the actual schedule for each site would now be based on those comments.
Director Mighton, are you able to address that? Or should I, oh, you know what? Director Schwinski, thank you very much.
Through your worship, thank you for that question. So just for clarification, Councillor, you're looking for what would the schedule be with the notion of just running everything status quo, essentially with the 3 landfill sites open on Saturday and so forth. Is that what you're asking for?
I'm asking for the schedule per the budget request form proposal that's before us.
Okay, so okay, that's I was just looking for clarification because there's sort of two options being presented here in this particular report. So essentially, as far as the $115,000 increase would go, essentially all of the to the best of my knowledge, the schedule would stay the same. So that would mean three landfill sites open on Saturday, and all of the normal the schedule as it is right now. Yeah, so I can go into and find out exactly what the hours are, but there would be no change in hours. There would be basically essentially an 8-hour day for each landfill site as they're open.
Well, thank you for that. I'm going to go over to Madam CAO, please.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson and Councillor Townsend, and thank you, Director, for starting this conversation. So indeed, what is included in the budget would be no changes to the landfill operations. All 3 sites would be what we have today. The requirement for increased funding is because we would need additional staffs, and I think the budget sheet outlines what that breakdown would look like. So 2 in Normanby, 3 in Durham, and 4 in Bentinck. So that's a component of it. The other investment that we would need to make to keep everything status quo is to do the enhancements to the shed, or sorry, I don't want to call it a shed, the gatehouse at Normanby, and that's the 40,000. So together, that's where we're getting to the 115. We took a second look at options in light of, and in fact, I suppose council's had an opportunity to look at the results of the survey that ran in November, and it was very telling that Sunday's not a priority basically for this community. So we took a second look at other options for council's consideration to sort of manage this considerable increase. And in here, we're talking about a seasonal closure for Normanby because right now we would need to do those upgrades sooner rather than later so that staff have a safe and warm place to work in. So if we took this season to continue with the closure, that gives us time to investigate other options for that landfill. You'll see the tipping fee history. Normanby does have traffic. However, it is starting to decline. So I think that maybe a different solution for that area of West Grey might be something that council would like us to investigate. The second thing that we were thinking of is if we closed Durham for 1 day. I know the sheet says Thursday, perhaps it's Friday because that's curbside day in Durham. That's an additional savings of 25,000. So all in, if we do a seasonal for Normanby closure, we look at reducing Durham by 1 day. Still gives plenty of opportunity for folks to use the landfill. We are looking at about $74,000 savings, which is something for council to consider. And I think it still is in line with the findings of the survey because people do want Saturday service. That was loud and clear.
Over to you, Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Madam CAO. That's exactly what I was looking for. Thank you very much. It was well summarized.
Yeah, and we absolutely appreciate the information that was collected from the survey and the path forward for waste management landfill plan. So that's most appreciated. Okay, members of council, is there any other questions? Councillor Hutchinson, then Councillor Hamilton, please.
Okay, my first question maybe for, I'm not sure if the Director of Finance or Director Sawinski. On the chart, tipping fee history, I'm a little curious, and maybe Carrie explained it, but I didn't see it. Under Durham, it goes from 2020 80,000 to 2020 5,000. Why is there such a big drop in tipping fees from 2020 to 2021, even though it isn't a full year?
I'm going to go to our Director of Finance for that initially to have your response. Thank you.
Oh, sorry.
Just give me a minute. I'll look it up just to make sure that that wasn't a typo. Just let me double check.
Thank you. We just appreciate the clarification. Thanks. One moment. Yeah, I think we could try that while our director's looking up the response.
Okay. So my other question or comment would be, what does that look like if we close Normanby for the winter time? Did we get any feedback? And that wasn't one of the questions that we asked in the survey, was it, about closure? Would be curious to find what kind of feedback we're going to get on that if we close it for the winter.
I'm going to go to Madam CAO. Was that one of the questions on the survey, and could you provide any other response? And if I should be directing my inquiries to Director Shrinsky as well. Thank you.
Yes, Mayor Robinson. As I recall, you're correct that that was not a specific question on the survey. I think we did ask a number of questions about different days of operation, but a full or a seasonal closure was not something that we had thought of at the time of the survey. I don't know if there's anything further that the director, any further information he has. However, if we keep it open, then we will need that $40,000 to upgrade that gatehouse.
Director Shrinsky, anything further to add, please?
Through your worship, no further questions. The CAO has captured that perfectly.
Over to you, Director. Thank you, Director. Over to you, Councillor Hutchinson.
So one more question. So yeah, that's too bad we didn't ask that when we were surveying because, I guess it was an afterthought. But what does the in-ground waste disposal bin system look like? Like, I mean, maybe that's a solution for there, but obviously I think cameras would have to be part of that, right?
Through your worship, yes. There are different systems that are out there with respect to in-ground waste receptacles. In fact, if we were permitted to install them at any of our facilities, say for example in Ayton, then we would obviously need approval from the Ministry of the Environment and so forth to do such a thing. And essentially, to your point, some cameras would need to be installed. I've been in discussion back and forth with the CAO about this concept, and we've been throughout the year and so forth. We've been looking at different options and trying to find different ways of creative and different ways and new ways for us to accommodate waste collection in our smaller areas that doesn't involve the traditional, costs of labor and facilities and so forth.
Thank you. Anything further, Councillor Hutchinson?
Just to clarify that, so that this would be an unmanned station or unmanned landfill, then wouldn't that be the direction that would go?
Director?
Through your worship, absolutely. It's something that is right now the concept is more conducive in more urban areas, in cities with large apartment buildings and so forth, where it's a very concentrated and on a private, on private property and so forth. So so you're absolutely right. That's what it would mean, is it would be unmanned, but it's a very new concept. And I have made requests to engineering consultants as well as the Ministry of the Environment for feedback with respect to unmanned waste receptacles and so forth. And I haven't received any comments back very quickly because it is very, very, very new. And I'm not so sure that anyways, we're looking through that right now to pursue different ideas.
So just one thought when you're talking about that, maybe we should investigate the mollusk idea again, because I think that's sort of their concept, I believe. So maybe that's worth looking into again.
Through your worship, absolutely not to sort of point out one specific particular brand or industry, but definitely those concepts will be pursued. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that everything, Councillor Hutchinson? Yeah. Thank you. Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. Would the proposed changes also help address some concerns around finding staff? Like, it's challenging to find staff right now for our landfill site. So would this also provide some assistance with that as well, these changes that are proposed? Thank you.
Madam CAO, please.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. Councillor Hamilton, that's a very good question. We have had some success, in fact, in recruiting landfill attendants, so that's the good news. The original idea of having only one landfill open on Saturday was to sort of create a mobile team, but the community has been very clear that they appreciate having opportunities to go to at least 2 landfill sites on Saturday. So it's not going to adjust the staffing. We're still going to require ideally 3 at Durham and 4 at Bentic. I'll let the director add to that, but that's okay. We we're here to provide the service, and we have had some success in recruiting staff. So we still have a few vacancies, just a public service announcement, but yeah, so staffing will still be the levels that we've identified in this report.
Over to you, Director Shawinski.
Through your worship, the CEO has captured that quite eloquently. No further comment.
Okay, thank you. Anything further, Councillor Hamilton?
Oh, just another thought, but I don't think we captured it in the survey, which was just the seasonal use of our landfills. So it's quite possible that there's more demand, I don't know, spring, summer, fall than winter. So perhaps not just looking at Normanby, but perhaps also looking at Lamlash and Durham. Do they require, all 3 days, for example, of being open, or perhaps over the winter, it's just a quieter time? The landfill's still open, but perhaps they're 1 day less, might be an option, might serve the needs of the community, but I can't, that wasn't a question we asked in the survey. So I don't know for sure what the community would say to that, but I'm just guessing perhaps winter use would be less than summer use. And maybe there's another opportunity to adjust service levels there as well. But I'll just leave that there. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Councillor Townsend.
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Shea.
Thank you. This proposal is still a little bit convoluted for me. If I could just ask for a little clarification. At the beginning on the justification paragraph, it says the preliminary budget includes 115,000. So this is the status quo option. That's already in the budget. That doesn't require any change. And it says for landfill operations. And then it divides that into 2 items, $75,000 for staff and $40,000 for the gatehouse. Is the gatehouse not capital? Should that not be going under capital rather than operations? Because it's not an annual fee.
Director Mighton, please.
Yeah, some of it is to extend hydro, which isn't necessarily our asset, but we'd have to pay for the extension of hydro back to the gatehouse, and some other small items, but it is a cost for there, depending on the all the different components. We could flip it to capital, but it is a requirement in order to continue with the status quo operations. We need to get upgrade that shack or the gatehouse.
So,
show the mic.
Okay, thank you. So extending hydro, that's still a one-time cost. I'm just, to Councillor Townsend's frequent comments, I'm very careful about putting in things that are one-time costs as operational costs, because then they just get absorbed into an annualized, ongoing budget. So I'd like to take out anything of this 115 that is a one-time cost. Not take them out of the budget, but identify them as one-time costs so they're not recurring beyond this year. And so that's one part of my question. The other part is there's a lot of moving parts with this. There are, things that are being explored, unstaffed facilities, not doing the gatehouse if we move to be unstaffed, possible seasonal closures, possible hour reductions. I'm not really sure which path we're on and how we're going to get to a conclusion of this conversation. Is there an ideal version that staff is recommending?
Yes, I'm going to suggest Madam CIO and then over to Director Sherwinski, please.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson, and thank you, Councillor Shea. I think at this point, the feedback from the survey has been extremely helpful for staff. Although the budget sheet was completed before the survey closed, preliminary findings were that Saturday service is what the community is asking for. So we are taking off the table the proposal to close Durham on Saturday, which was our original idea. So with that gone, that also changes our original proposal of having a mobile landfill operations staff team to go from site to site. So that has snowballed into us coming up with options for further reductions that don't impact the service. Bentic is only open 2 days a week. We need that weekday service for commercial operations in particular, because they can't take their stuff to Durham. We need to remember that Durham is really a transfer station. We call it a landfill, but it's acting as a transfer station as well. So that's why we need Bentic open for the bigger items. And so I guess to answer your question, Councillor Shea, I think what's on the budget request form is our latest proposal, which would be streamlined operations, a little bit of savings, and an opportunity to look at efficiencies and a better model for Norman B.
Thank you for that. And I'd like to go over to Director Sherwinski if you would like to add anything at this time.
Through your worship, I just wanted to chime in and add that again, with respect to this survey, we heard from the public, we've heard from council, we've captured as much information as we possibly can to put this information before you, and essentially to look at some different options with respect to the Normanby landfill and so forth, and the closure of a landfill on Thursday or Friday in Durham is our best foot forward with respect to some efficiencies, yet achieving our level of service on Saturday.
Okay, Councillor Shea, anything further?
So we're talking about a seasonable closing at Normanby, a 1 day a week reduction at Durham, and renovations to the gatehouse. That's what's on the table currently? No.
Madam CIO, could you please clarify, and then if we need to go over to Director Mighton. But I want to make sure that we're very clear on what is being requested through the budget.
Yes, and thank you, Mayor Robinson. Thank you for the opportunity to clarify. So Councillor Shea, what staff are proposing is, yes, a 1 day closure at Durham, a seasonal closure for Norman B, until we come back, we report back for further options for that site. So it would, technically it could open in the spring if we discover that that is the best operating model for that site. If we discover that a unstaffed depot model with the submersible, what are they calling them, bins or whatever they are, if we discover that that's a better model, and there has been some big advancements in that particular sector, we'll bring that back in the spring. So we're just proposing that for now, keep Normanby closed until we have time to do that research, and then Durham would be closed for 1 day.
Thank you. I'm clear now.
Very good.
And therefore, no money needed for the gatehouse this year.
Okay, Councillor Shea?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you for the clarification question. Now over to Councillor Hutchinson, and I do now see Councillor Townsend has an electronic hand, but Councillor Hutchinson, then Townsend, then Herger.
Okay, so the question is, what is the dollar figure that we're talking in terms of the budget?
Yes, very good question. Director Mighton.
And also, you're going to find out about that figure, Carrie, right?
Yes, so through you, Madam Mayor. So the Durham year to date should have been 57,420. And this is zero when I pulled that over. My apologies. The model that the CAO for the seasonal Normanby closure, seasonal Durham 1 day closure, and delaying or not having to do the Normanby gatehouse upgrades would be a $74,000 reduction in this budget.
Or it's $74,000 reduction. Okay.
Included in this budget is 40,000 for gatehouse upgrades. And then we had an additional 75,000 for regular operations. Once we can get enough staff to do those for the, 3 days here, 2 days there, 1 day, but everybody. So with seasonal closures, we'll have a little bit of savings that we would be able to trim off the 9,600 approximately, say, for argument's sake, $79,000 for a seasonal closure at the Normanby site, 25,000 for a seasonal 1 day closure in Durham, and then we wouldn't have to do the gatehouse upgrades of $40,000, so that could be removed. So that's where we get the $74,000 if that proposal is approved by council.
Anything further?
I'm still a little fuzzy. So it's not $74,000 hitting the budget. It's minus $74,000.
This would be we could take out 74,000.
Okay. So what I was going to suggest, but maybe we don't need to go there now because of that. There seems to be, again, as Councillor Shea said, it's a bit of a moving target. I think one of the things is by going to a $10 tipping fee, that our revenue is going to change over the year. Be interested to see where that goes, because I think it's going to go up. The other thing I was going to suggest is that we have a fairly healthy landfill reserve of 344,000. Now I know there's some machinery involved when it comes to landfill, but I was going to suggest that we use part of that if we need to use some funds. But it looks like we've got it covered, so I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Director Mighton, please.
Just to be clear, the tipping fee increase, we are proposing a tipping fee increase. That is not part of this budget request form. So that is incorporated, and it's about a $30,000 increase to tipping fee revenue. So it's reducing your budget by about $30,000. That's already in here, provided we increase those tipping fees effective March 1st, 2022. So that's already in, that reduction because of those increased tipping fees is already in there. That's not part of this proposal on this budget request form.
Sorry, point of order, Mayor. I can't hear you.
Oh, thanks. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. Even though my hand is on the on switch for my mic. Okay, so Councillor Townsend, then Councillor Herger. Thanks.
My question was answered through Councillor Herger's question.
Oh, very good.
Fine.
Councillor Herger.
Yes, thank you. I have a question for the CAO. I agree to these savings. I think these are very good savings to find if we close Normanby for this duration, possibly till May 1st. Where would you propose that the in-ground waste disposal bin system startup money would come from? And to Councillor Hutchison's point already, is that we do have some money in reserves, but I'm just inquiring for the whole year, where do we think we might get that initial capital?
Director Mighton.
So depending on what the final, once we look into this proposal, do we rent the bins similar to how we do right now for the bins at, the recreation centers, or where, so is it a bin rental? Is it an investment that we have to purchase and then it's just the collection? But we're hoping that the collection of those items would just if it's with the same contractor. There's a lot of sort of moving parts to it, but if it's with the same contractor, is it just a small, we're already picking up here anyways, and we just have another bin that we pick up, or that type of thing. So that we have to figure all those moving parts out. But if it was just equivalent to adding another bin somewhere that we already pick up within our contract kind of anyways.
So
Anything further, Councillor Hergert?
Yes, so the capital bit that we may need at the beginning, would that just come from a reserve? Is that the proposal? I mean, I don't have a dollar figure. You guys are still researching. So is the proposal that we would maybe look at the landfill reserve for that initial expense if there was one?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I think that's fair to say if we actually had to purchase the bin as opposed to it being a bin rental. Typically, if, you know, within our contracts, they provide if it's a standard regular garbage type bin, depending on if it's like how Councillor Hutchinson had mentioned how Moloch works. But if it's something that we just rent and it's part of, oh, yep, the collection fees, or is it that we have to buy it and then have collections? But if it was a significant dollar amount, we would be back to probably request consideration from that landfill reserve, depending on what the investment dollars would be if needed, if it wasn't a straight up rental.
Anything further, Councillor Hergert?
So I feel like I'm prepared to put a motion forward that we would close Normanby landfill at this point till May 1st. That we would not make any improvements to the gatehouse, and that we would have 2 days of landfill service at Durham.
Thank you for that. I'm going to look to the clerk to put that in a motion and as per what you have identified, and we'll get that read back, and then I will look for a seconder.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. Moved by Councillor Hergert. And Councillor Hergert, I'll ask for you to confirm that we've got this right. That council directs staff to proceed with a winter seasonal closure until May 1st, 2022 at the Normanby landfill site with the installation of an in-ground waste disposal bin system, and that the Durham landfill be open for 2 days per week, and that the gatehouse upgrades at Normanby be removed from the budget. This would for a reduction to the draft 2022 budget in the amount of $74,000.
Can you confirm that, Councillor Hergert? All right, and now I'm looking for a seconder, and that would be with the hands up, and I see Councillor Townsend for the seconder. Now, questions or
Madam
comments?
Mayor, I also had a question.
Yeah, please go ahead.
As part of seconding that, I wonder whether the mover would also include for Durham 2 days, one of which has to be a Saturday, or would be a Saturday. I don't know.
Councillor Hergert, can we add that in? All right. That's just further clarification, I would say, on that. So we'll have the clerk read back that motion, and then I'll look for any clarification or questions, and then I'd go to Councillor Shea first. Please go ahead, Clerk Sharpine.
To you, Mayor. Moved by Councillor Hergert and seconded by Councillor Townsend, that council directs staff to proceed with a winter seasonal closure until May 1st, 2022 at the Normanby landfill site with the installation of an in-ground waste disposal system, and that the Durham landfill be open for Saturday and one other day per week, and that the gatehouse upgrades at Normanby be removed from the budget for a reduction to the draft 2022 budget in the amount of $74,000.
Okay, I'm seeing from both mover and seconder, before I even ask the question, you're both okay with the language on it. Thank you for expediting my inquiry. I'm going to begin with Councillor Shea, then Deputy Mayor, and then Councillor Hutchinson at this point anyway.
Thank you. I had the impression from staff that the in-ground system was still in the research stage. So this motion directs staff, in my understanding, to implement an in-ground system. But I didn't think staff indicated that we were quite at that point. Could I get a clarification on that from staff?
I think our clerk wants the first part, and then I may go to Director Schwinski. Clerk Sherbeck.
Through you, Mayor. Yes, this motion does include the in-ground waste disposal system at the Normanby with the closure, but it doesn't have to. I sort of thought it was part and parcel of the seasonal closure, that if people went there, they would have that as the option, was the in-ground system as opposed to being open. But I'll defer to the CAO for further clarification.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. Councillor Shea, I'm aligned with your understanding that we are still researching an in-ground system, so that closing for the season would give us time to do that research and report back prior to the spring reopening of Normanby.
Yes, through you, Mayor. Just for that clarity in the motion, if the mover, Councillor Herger, and the seconder, Councillor Townsend, agree, then we could simply remove the installation of the in-ground bin from that motion.
I'll have to go to them. Councillor Herger.
Instead of implement, could we use the word investigate? And so we are actively investigating in-ground system at Normanby, and we would look to staff to bring it back for implementation at a later time once council would be satisfied. So investigate the in-ground.
I'm thinking good suggestion. First over to Clerk Sherbeck, and then I'm going to go to Councillor Townsend as a seconder. Clerk Sherbeck?
Through you, Mayor, we can simply change instead of with the installation to, and that staff shall investigate, if that's more appropriate for the mover and seconder.
Got that for the mover, seconder? Yes, thank you. Okay, very good. Now, Councillor Shea.
No, I'm done. Thank you.
Very good. Deputy Mayor Hutchinson.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. I guess the only concern I have, I'm obviously going to support any cuts that we can do to this budget. I'm very concerned that it would never hit the questionnaire about the seasonal shutdown. So that's fine. That's dandy. I think what I'd like to see, though, is ensure, and I would like to be ensured, that we're going to properly communicate this information to Normanby, because there's going to be an awful lot of pushback. And I'm not talking after the budget's passed, they just show up or roll up to the landfill and there's a great big sign there. Guess what? So I want to ensure that we are going to do this proper, because there's going to be some pushback down there. And again, I'm supporting the cutbacks, because we got to get to a lower percentage, but the communication is very key. I also, in saying that, I want to ensure that come May 1st, which has happened in the past, is Normanby landfill. And I'm not saying it because I live there, because I live in West Grey, that come May 1st, we will be properly staffed and it doesn't constantly be the one that gets closed down. Because there's a lot of people there that are inconvenienced. They've got a half-hour window to do the facility or go, and then all of a sudden they're going an hour and a half going to another one. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, so based on that, Madam CAO, I'm for the response in terms of communication plan around this, but also what happens at May 1st? Or what's the plan leading up to May 1st for the opening of Normanby, and how that will be generated through a staff report, or the next steps leading up to May 1st of 2022.
Through Mayor Robinson, and thank you, Deputy, for that question. You're correct. We will need to do a thorough communication to the citizens across West Grey, because we're making changes to Durham as well. So and that's perfectly fine. I envision, with the director's thumbs up perhaps, or acknowledgement, that we will then be reporting back to council prior to May 1st, because if the bin system is a go, we're still going to need to staff Normanby until that can be implemented, and there's going to be other processes that we'll need to follow before we get to that. So there is every intention of having staff in Normanby from the spring onward until we can, if we're even changing the model, or if we're not, we'll be reporting that in April as well.
So with that, is there anything further, Director Schwinski, that you'd like to add?
Nothing further, Your Worship.
Okay, so at the May 1st, the Normanby site will be open. What, in terms of what can citizens of West Gray, specifically those that utilize that landfill, can expect? If this motion passes, it will be closed until May 1st. May 1st, moving forward, what can we expect?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Robinson. So indeed, the signage will say it's a winter closure, reopening in May. And by the time May comes around, I envision that there will be operations as normal for at least a few months until, if there's a change, that will be communicated. If not, then we'll have to put some thought to the operations for moving forward after this winter closure. This is a temporary closure until we can come back to council with some alternatives.
Thank you. Over to you now, Councillor Hutchinson.
Yeah, so just looking at our request form index sheet here, so it has a total of 84.5, and we're saying that's a savings of 74,000. So is there a $10,000 difference there that for something, or are those numbers not quite matching up?
Director Mighton, please.
So that 84.5 was for that total department. So that does include the $30,000 that's already built in there for the increased tipping fees effective March 1st, 2022.
Okay, so there's $10,000 shortfall, or $10,000 going to hit the budget based on since we're dropping that by 74,000.
Yeah.
Right. So can I make a motion that the $10,000 be taken out of reserve rather than hitting the levy?
To just apply to offset operations?
Well, whatever. Yeah, to make the difference. Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Thanks. If you heard me just say something, I just asked for everybody to turn off their mic so that I would be able to address this. Councillor Hutchinson, I'm wondering if we could deal with that following the motion that's on the floor. So please hang on to that and I'll come back to you. So just on the specific motion, any other inquiries? Okay. Clerk Sharbutt, could you please read the motion at hand? Thank you.
Through you, Mayor, moved by Councillor Hergert and seconded by Councillor Townsend, that Council directs staff to proceed with a winter seasonal closure until May 1st, 2022 at the Normanby landfill site, and that staff investigate the option of an in-ground waste disposal system at the Normanby landfill site, and that the Durham landfill site be open for Saturdays and one other day per week, and that the gatehouse upgrades at the Normanby landfill site be removed from the budget for a reduction to the draft 2022 operating budget in the amount of $74,000.
Anything further, members of council? All those in favor indicate with the raised hand. So 7 members of council have voted in favor of the motion. The motion is carried. Now before I go over to you, Councillor Townsend, what is your inquiry? Because I have an indication that Councillor Hutchinson has a motion.
I had a suggestion that might avoid the motion and perhaps result in a different one if council's open to that. And the suggestion was that you're talking about a March 1 implementation of tipping fees. And I'm wondering what would happen if you did it earlier, right? Because I'm really reluctant to use reserves to offset operations. Again, it comes back to bite us next year. It's the same sort of horse we keep running around with, right? And so I was thinking if we do that sooner, the public is expecting it. We know that. So will it take a large plan to get there, like communication plan, et cetera?
Director Wrighton.
Certainly, and as the tipping fees, that's our estimate. So we're, but it's just, we were looking at effective March 1st. If the council bylaw would need to be passed, that's our biggest thing for implementation, is whether we can get a bylaw passed effective for Jan 1, for February 1. We could adjust those revenue estimates if you were looking at increasing those fees sooner.
I'm going to go to Madam Clerk.
Through you, Mayor. I'm just thinking about logistically how we can make this work. At this point in time, our landfill bylaw includes a lot of rules for the landfills as well as the fees. So it definitely needs updated. However, to get the full piece updated to implement new fees on January 1st may not happen. I'm wondering if council would consider a bylaw that is almost a bit of a bridge between that large overhaul the whole bylaw piece. If we can remove the fees from that bylaw and include an amendment, so a bylaw amending our fees and charges bylaw by adding one schedule, that we could bring to a meeting in December. And I'm wondering if on the December 7th meeting, if I could add on the agenda that council gives notice of a change to the fees and charges for the landfill. Then on December, 21st, we do a bylaw adopting one new schedule for the fees and charges bylaw. And then later in the year, do a more comprehensive fees and charges bylaw and landfill bylaw upgrade. Is that possible? Because then we can just go ahead with that, if that works.
Anything further, Councillor Townsend?
No, that would work fine. Thank you very much.
So I'm going to go over now to Councillor Hutchinson.
Okay, so maybe I don't need to make the motion if we're going to change the tipping fees schedule. But my other question that comes out of that is you have $75,000 allotted for staffing to maintain existing days, hours of operation, but we changed that, did we not? By eliminating Normanby, so that may not be 75,000.
So we're estimating savings. That was the 9,600 for Normanby, and I think it was 25,000 for Durham. But we do still need some additional in there because we have to get enough staff to keep Saturdays open. So it doesn't eliminate everything. We didn't get rid of Durham hours entirely. We didn't get rid of Normanby for the full year, just till May 1st. So there is still some additional staffing compared to what our operations were in 2021.
Right, okay. So I just wondered how accurate that 75,000 is, but I guess we're just ballparking it. So that's fine. I'll leave it at the way it is for now.
Thank you. So Clerk Sharbeck, are we needing a motion with regard to the process at this point?
Through you, Mayor, I really don't think so. I think it's just staff direction, and we'll bring that small bylaw forward to get things in place for January 1.
Indeed. Okay, I just wanted to ensure if we needed a motion or not. All right, so very good. Director Mighton.
Okay, so I will just do a recap of where we're at here.
Perfect. A recap would be wonderful.
Okay, so we had the environmental position is where we left off for 3/4 of the year. So we've now eliminated or reduced the budget by 74,000 for the seasonal operations and removing the gatehouse updates in Normanby. And then we didn't do a motion, but I believe with our proposal to change the tipping fees effective January 1st instead of March 1st, we would hope to get another $10,000 of revenues from that change. So that's in there. So then we're now at 9.8 or $1.06 million for tax levy increase. And that's where we're at so far with those changes.
Thank you for that. And I'm just confirming with the clerk that you're not requiring a motion with regard to the tipping fee bylaw at this stage. I'll just come through the process. Yeah. Okay. Thank you for that. Okay. So that's where we're at. So that takes us off landfill at this point. Yes.
Yes, that would, yeah, okay. If we're ready to move forward.
All right. Well, I just want to double check with everyone. We're at 12:34. This meeting is till 1 p.m. And so I just look to council and staff, and primarily our clerk. We've got left library board, crossing guard, recreation building, economic development, and any recap that is dovetailed into all of that. Council, if any part of it, if there's a motion that we could go beyond curfew to 1:30, if you think we can address it within that time frame, or we will just continue to 1 o'clock, and then we can have meeting number 2, which would be from 2 p.m. to 3:30. So just looking, food for thought at this point, unless there's a motion to deal with anything in that regard. Oh, okay. Deputy Mayor, I see your hand up.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. I'll put a motion forward that we go beyond curfew to 1:30. I'm pretty confident to get a couple of items here that I think will be fairly, I would say, not as difficult as some of the challenges we've had. So I will put that motion forward.
All right. We have a motion to go beyond curfew to 1:30. Is there a seconder with regard to this motion at hand? Councillor Hutchinson. Okay. Any inquiries? All those in favor then? Before I go, I do see Madam CAO.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to, I have a realization that the library board is not here. I believe they were intending on coming after the 1 o'clock break, and they were going to join us at 2 o'clock. I can confirm with the CEO. I just don't know if I'll get an answer straight away.
Okay, well, that's good breaking news as far as I'm concerned for everyone. Okay, so why don't I'm going to suggest if you're able to confirm that, but so that's going to you're suggesting that could they be in a attendance between now and 1:30?
That's correct, Madam Mayor, and I'm in communication with our CEO right now.
Okay, thank you. So I think we do have a motion on the floor, but I'm wondering if we could just wait a moment to see if we could get that additional information. I do apologize. It was information that I did not have at this time. So if with council's indulgence, we'll just wait a moment and see if we are able to get a response before we can vote. I've also just confirmed with clerk, you probably saw me just lean back on the plexiglass here. There's also the option for the CEO of the library and the library board to present on December 7th. And Clerk Sharbuck, were they scheduled to be a delegation on that time anyway? And that is also an option that we have. Please go ahead.
Through you, Mayor. On December 7th, no, they are not scheduled as a delegation. That agenda will go out today. I guess the option would be the same as for the other boards and agencies that we need follow-up information from, but I'll defer to the CAO to see if they're able to change their schedule today.
Madam CAO.
And I'm really sorry to jump in the middle of a motion here, but we do have the option. If council wants to continue on till 1:30, we can skip library. They were intending on joining us at 2, so we would need a bit of a lunch break anyway. If we get through the rest of the departments, then we can still have them come at 2 o'clock. I haven't heard back from the CEO, so they are queued up to be available today, so we could look at that. The clerk's got a thought.
Yeah, I would definitely want the clerk's thought on this because the motion is to 1:30. I did not realize there was going to be such complication with regard to this. So Clerk Sharbuck, please.
It's entirely up to council. If we go to 1:30, are you proposing a second meeting at 2 or adjourn at 1 and have a second meeting at 2? If there is a motion on the floor to proceed past curfew and finish up by 1:30, it's, I guess those are council's options. I'll leave it to council's wish.
Okay, so we do have the motion on the floor. It's moved and seconded that we go to beyond curfew to 1:30. with that. So any questions or comments, beginning with Councillor Hamilton?
Oh, thank you, Mayor Robinson. Even before we heard about the library being tentatively booked for 2, my preference would be just to have a lunch break at 1. That's how it's been worked. The schedule has been in place, and then we can all clear our minds, get some nutrition in us, and then also be respectful and mindful of the library board that's booked for 2. So my preference would be not to have an extension and to end at 1. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Townsend, anything further?
I had the same comment as Councillor Hamilton.
So I do see, it's been pointed out to me, thank you, Councillor Townsend. I do see that the chair of the library board is here. So there's also that option as we're moving into the next item at this time. So anyway, Clerk Chubbuck, we have a motion on the floor. You did have a comment you wish to make. Thank you.
Just the motion moved by Deputy Mayor Hutchinson and seconded by Councillor Hutchin that council proceeds past curfew to 1:30 p.m.
All right, so we've had some discussion, a roundabout discussion. That's just fine. All those in favor of the motion indicate with a raised hand. 2, all those opposed. The motion loses, 2 in favor, 5 opposed. Okay, so we will break at 1 o'clock and we'll be returning at 2 p.m. All right, let's proceed. We're on library right now. Over to you, Director Mighton.
Great, thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. So we've got the library. You'll see a shift. There's an increase of $13,000. So that's just a shift from capital to operating. There were several items that the board was proposing, but individually they weren't capital. Repainting the bathrooms, adding an air vent in the office, Newstead, a crash bar, and replacing a bay window. But individually, they're between $500 and $2,500. So it didn't warrant capital. So that was just moving the $15,000 that was in capital from 2021 over to operations in 2022. So that's just that shift there. So there was no, it is a bit lower. The amount that they needed was 13,000 instead of 15,000. So that was the change there. And then as far as if there's no other questions with that, then the library budget request form is included in your package. Some of the changes in there that they're facing similar to other departments, the effect of the grid adjustment and step increases, the increase in insurance, some contract increases, and then their big change relates to a new full-time position, which they have provided some details within the budget, and that was for a total of $53,400 for that new full-time position. So that was the that is included in the budget draft as you see it today.
So what are you looking for with regard to the library for anything that requires?
Unless there's any changes that you want to request from the library board, that's just sort of an explanation of what's included in theirs.
Thank you for that. Over to you, Councillor Shea.
I'm wondering if we could put the library discussion till after lunch, because I gather we're having a presentation from the library at 2 o'clock, or we're not having a presentation?
Director Mighton, can you confirm whether there will be a presentation or what the earlier discussion was in terms of the 2 p.m. matter?
Yeah, no, there wasn't going to be a presentation. It would just be similar to the police board, just that if there was questions, the board member was in attendance or the chair of the board was in attendance for any questions if you want further clarification on any of the items. But there wasn't a formal presentation. It was just similar to the police board that they're available if you have questions.
Well, still, if the CEO is planning to attend at 2, she may be better suited to answer any questions we have. I just think it would make sense if we're going to reconvene at 2 to discuss library after the break.
So we just want confirmation, is that taking place either Madam CAO or Clerk Scharbeck? Are we expecting the CEO to be in attendance after 2 p.m.?
Through you, Mayor, as far as I know, it was the chair of the library board, Mr. Godot, that would be in attendance. I believe he's with us now.
There we go. So Malcolm Badeau, chair of the West Grey Library Board, is here
Yes,
on
correct.
screen. Hello
Mhm.
there. Okay, so we confirmed that the chair is here. Are there any questions of either Director Mighton or the chair of the library board? Councillor Shea, you still have the mic before I move on to other members of council.
No, if we've got all the resources we need to proceed, then let's proceed. Thank you.
Councillor Hergert, then Councillor Townsend, please.
I believe our chairperson, Malcolm Badeau, would like to say something.
That is correct.
Chair Malcolm Badeau, would you like to provide some information?
Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, good. No, I would like Kim to be with me at this particular, some of the questions will refer to her knowledge of staffing and that aspect, which does not directly come under the board. So if it would suit, 2 o'clock would be a better time. I just tried to get on, and so that's how I just happened to come on at this time. It was just to see if it worked, the link. And
Okay.
it just went through me.
Thank you very much. So here we are again. So we'll wait till 2 o'clock to deal with the library board. Thank you very much for your input on that. Okay, Councillor Townsend, any inquiry?
No, the chair, Badeau, just answered that, so
Okay.
thank you.
All right, so perhaps then we've got about 17 minutes, so we'll, Director Mighton, if you don't mind, let's not deal with anything on the library and let's move on and see if we can address some of the other pressing matters at hand. Thank you.
All right, so we'll move into their crossing guard was just an item that related to the grid adjustment we've already dealt with. So we'll move into the recreation department. There's again grid adjustment in there. There was lower ice rental revenue projected for the Normanby facility. There is minor hockey's using less ice time, so the rentals were adjusted accordingly. And there was, as we've got further reviewed it, lacrosse was an item that was missed in the draft, but we are anticipating that they will be back and returning. So we can add another $7,000 that wasn't included in this budget draft moving forward, because it was just an item that once further reviewed and clarified, we are hoping that they will be planning that they will be returning. So there will be a further $7,000 reduction that wasn't included in this original draft package. When you see the 62,000, that was that realignment of the secondment that did not return, and we reallocated the position to the asset management. And then we get into our first budget request form, which is the program expansion for the swim and camp programs. And that has been included in the budget, as well as the associated revenues for the possible expansions there. If there's any change to that proposal, it would remain included in the budget unless you want to provide any changes there.
Thank you very much for that information. Over to you, Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm just wondering if the revenue changed in the sense of, I know it was relatively inexpensive and was really taken up very, very well. Is there an opportunity to recover some of those expenses at the same time? Thank you.
Director Mighton, do you want to address that? And perhaps that would go to Director Shrinsky as well.
This is related to the program expansion.
Yes.
Oh, sorry. Sorry about that. Related to the program expansions. Yes, there was some additional revenue of $18,000 being proposed. But there is an operating expenditure increase of 30,000. So the net tax levy impact of the expansions we're proposing is $12,000.
Further?
Thank you. Yes. To clarify, I was wondering, can you make that revenue higher so that there's more recovery on the program, or do you think that would be damaging to the actual take up the program?
Well, thank you for the question. I'm going to go over to Corporate and Community Initiatives Officer Cody Hewlett, please.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Townsend. I believe that artificially upping the revenue in order to try and make that match would be detrimental to the budget.
Councillor Townsend, anything further?
No, that's fine. Thank you.
Okay. Any other member of council? Councillor Hutchinson.
I have some questions, but sort of it jumps back to the actual budget sheets sort of thing. So I'm not sure where this comes in, but they talk about new LED lights over the ice arena surface, and there's a $25,000 allotment in our draft budget. I don't see that on here. I'm not sure why.
That's a capital item. We were dealing with operations right now.
Oh, okay. So this isn't the capital part. Okay. Yeah. Okay. All right. I'll leave that then. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll look for your question maybe under capital. Councillor Hamilton then, please. Oh, capital when we deal with it on the 4th. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Mayor Robinson. Could our director comment on facility rentals and revenues and how what we're guessing? It's just guessing, isn't it? But what are we guessing for 2022 compared to 2021? Are we anticipating increased revenue, and is that captured in the budget? Thank you.
Initiatives Officer Cody Hewlett, and then maybe we may need additional information from our Director of Finance.
I will defer to Director Mighton. However, I would anticipate that our revenues will be somewhat close to a normal year.
Yes, the facility managers have tried to budget based on bookings that they know already, and so they're hopeful if it does pick up a bit, but at this point they have kind of included rentals that they are aware of as far as ice rentals, if it's facility rentals for weddings. Those haven't come back yet, but as things change and open up each stage that we get to, they're hopeful that it'll be at a bit of a more normal level, but they have reviewed based on existing bookings commitments they do have.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. And so is that reflected in this budget? Like, should we expect to see an addition, like more revenue on our spreadsheet than last year, or how was that addressed? Thank you.
I'm just going to check their sheets here.
Thank you.
Yeah, so as an example, the Normanby Arena Hall, we're budgeting $75,000 this year. Last year we budgeted $400,000, and in 2020 we budgeted $8,300. So hoping that we kind of get back to it, but also there is not confirmed bookings. The same, whether the pattern of returning to hall rentals will come back, but we have increased some, but not to 100% of what our 2020 numbers were before.
Okay.
And that's consistent through with the Newstead. Just checking the Durham one as well. Yeah, so the Durham one, he's got it up to 7,000. Last year we had 1,000. So they have tried to provide an increase, but the bookings aren't, confirmed or 100%
Yeah.
yet there either.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that kind of moderate approach moving forward. It's captured in the budget, so that's good. And my only other question would be regarding, and I'm sorry, I did just backtrack to the spreadsheet because this is my first chance to ask. But just one more question about that. You're projecting a lower ICE revenue, and I'm guessing that's from COVID related, I would think. And so I'm just wondering, is there anything we can do to mitigate that? Like, was there consideration for, I don't know, taking the ICE out a month earlier or something like that, just to reflect the change of use? And then my second question would be, is there any COVID funding left over from this year to offset that the next few months of ICE rentals? Thank you.
Through you, Madam Mayor, we're not anticipating any further COVID funding we figure we're going to use it all up because the ICE in 2021 the facilities were closed for so long that we're just kind of starting back. The minor hockey, I think their total booking of ice time has reduced. Again, they didn't see as much return. Again, that requiring different vaccination requirements and different things. Their numbers were down a bit, or perhaps people just found other activities and aren't coming back to hockey, but they haven't booked up the same volume of ice at this point. Whether we can take it out, what do they take it out in March? Typically, I'll defer to our communication or community services.
Yes, if memory serves me correct, Director Mighton, I believe it kind of comes out March, sometime in the spring there. However, I would caution making a decision to pull out ICE early if we can, just because so many of our user and community groups depend on our standardized schedule of ICE booking. It could be detrimental to their revenues as well. So trying to balance the priorities of the corporation as well as all of our user groups can be quite difficult, and it's quite a lengthy task working with our user groups to figure out scheduling and coordination of that and the ICE time. So if I could propose trying to stick to the normal schedule as much as possible. Typically our ICE install dates do fluctuate by a few weeks on either end, just based on booking and availability, and our user groups are quite keen to work with us on those few weeks here and there, but when we start talking months, it can be quite difficult to schedule out.
Absolutely. Thank you for that information. And certainly I wouldn't ask you to do that in this moment. I just didn't know if it was a consideration in mitigating there being less use. So thank you. And then in terms of the budget request that's before us, the fundings, it's a small ask, but it would have a big impact. I think the community will really appreciate it. And these small little increases we do as our community grows with development and more people, it seems a very modest ask that would have a nice impact. So thank you for bringing this forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So Director Mighton, everything that is proposed has been included in the budget. You're not specifically, from your perspective, looking for any motion at this time, correct? Thank you for that summary point. Any other members of council? Councillor Shake.
Thanks. It's just a clarification. I think you've explained it. The Normanby ICE rental reduction to 9,000, it's down from 100 and something to 9,000 less than that. I'm surprised because I thought last winter we were like in deep lockdown, and this winter we're in quite a bit more relaxed lockdown. I'm surprised that ICE rental would be down this year, projected this year over what was the reality last year. Did you say it was a specific communication from the minor hockey that they said they're going to be using less, or is this as sort of a thumbnail projection?
Initiatives officer, please.
Yes, the ICE revenue, it's our best educated guess every year on what our projected revenues would be. But basically what it came down to was the dressing rooms and dressing room space available at our facilities, as we're still trying to adhere to the COVID guidelines and physical distancing the best we can. as well as minor hockey is down quite a few number of teams. So there's less ice time being used. We are trying our best to fill that with private rentals, but as council is aware, our minor hockey and our user groups, they do take the lion's share of our ice rentals, and they are the lion's share of our ice revenue. So trying to fill that with private rentals the best we can.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Hergert.
Yes, thank you. I'm just curious, what is our revenue this year? Have I missed that in one of these, in the package or in the agenda? What is the actual for 2021 for ice rentals that we have received? Please and thank you.
The director's just looking that up now. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I also note the time. If the director wanted a little more time, we could come back after our 1 o'clock lunch, if that's suited as well.
Put that up, but I think we'll just deal with the question at hand, and then I will look for an adjournment. But thank you for the suggestion. We'll proceed as we're moving along. Director Mighton, please.
Okay, so Normandy, we budgeted 134,000. We're just under 90,000 right now to date. And Durham, we budgeted 66,000 and we are at just under 19,000 to date.
So I don't have those numbers for I don't believe I have those numbers for anything. So the actuals versus what our own budget was for this year, is that coming soon to an agenda near me?
Director Mighton?
Yes, I had hoped to get it to one of the November council meetings for a year to date, but trying to refocus on redoing the budget process took priority and didn't get those numbers to you, but we will have those actuals, year-to-date actuals circulated shortly.
Just will that be before the end of the year, or is that something maybe January? Just
staff are just determining that time frame. Okay, I think what we'll do here, because staff are actually trying to confirm how the information that will be collected can hit an agenda in the time frame for that. So stay tuned for that information and we'll get that provided to council because they're still discussing that. Is there anything further, Councillor Hergert?
I just would like to see those actual numbers, because I think we even have to maybe consider what has gone on this year to what we could actually anticipate for next year. If we've only generated $90,000 in revenue, let's just say for Normanby Arena is planning for 125,000 realistic for next year. So I appreciate staff getting us those numbers.
Director Mighton?
Through you, Madam Chair. The numbers in the budget are staff's realistic best estimate. Yes, based on, we've staff continues to look at actual numbers throughout the year. So if they're saying they figure they'll hit 125, that's a fairly realistic catch. Yeah. Barring any COVID shutdown change. I qualify it with that. If the environment changes that we're operating in again, then yes, that would change. But otherwise, they're anticipating the numbers being back up to that level.
Okay, so we need to adjourn following our rules. And before I ask for a motion to adjourn, Initiatives Officer Hewlett, can you just explain if there will be a new link required to come back to our 2 p.m. or can we stay with the link we're on right now?
There we go. My apologies, struggling with my mic there. No, a new link will not be required. So it should be noted for all those present. We will be adjourning shortly in around 1 o'clock for lunch, but there's no new Zoom link needed for the 2 o'clock start of the meeting. So the ID for this meeting, which is 833-0051-7210, will still stand for the 2 o'clock meeting.
Thank you. I just, if you heard me talk without the mute, I wasn't able to get on the mic just yet because we have to share. Clerk Chairbeck on item 1.5 adjournment to the recommendation at hand. I'll look for a mover and seconder. Councillor Townsend, please.
Yeah, I'll make that motion that we adjourn.
Thank you. I'm just going to have Clerk Chairbeck read the motion and I'll go right to you. Thank you.
Through you, Mayor, moved by Councillor Townsend that we do now adjourn at 1:06 p.m. to reconvene at 2 p.m. on November 30th, 2021.
Thank you very much. I do have a mover and Councillor Townsend. Thank you for that. Is there a seconder, please? Deputy Mayor, all those in favor indicate with the raised hand. 7 members of council have voted in favor. The motion is carried. We'll see everyone back at 2 p.m. But at this point, take your mic and your audio off and your video. Thank you. Well, thank you, everyone, and welcome back. This is meeting number 2 for our special council meeting of West Grey to deal with budget. The date is November 30th, 2021. We're having meeting number 2 scheduled here for 2 p.m. So I am calling the meeting to order. We have all members of council present. There is a quorum for this afternoon's meeting. We are utilizing the agenda. It was a 2-part agenda. It was for this morning and if required this afternoon meeting, as well as a 2022 preliminary budget package that will be posted for anyone to take a look at. So with that, Corporate and Community Initiatives Officer, could you please just explain the features for this meeting?
Absolutely, and thank you, Mayor Robinson. Before I begin, if you get disconnected at any point, you can dial 1-647-558-0588 and enter the meeting ID for this meeting, which is 833-0051-7210. Both members of council and staff have been briefed on the various features of the Zoom meeting software and will be raising their hands physically on camera to speak. For members of the public, if you require any technical assistance throughout the duration of the meeting, you can send a chat message to myself, Cody Hewlett, Corporate and Community Initiatives Officer, and I will attempt to assist you. It should be noted for members of the public that this meeting is being held in 2 locations, both on the online Zoom meeting software as well as being live streamed on YouTube. All participation in the meeting must be done through the Zoom meeting software, as it cannot be done through YouTube at this time. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. On item 2.2, moment of reflection, if you're so inclined, please take a pause. Thank you. 2.3, declaration of pecuniary interest, general nature thereof. Members of council, is there anything to declare at this time? All right then, thank you. We're moving on to staff reports, which is 2.4, the item number, and 2.4.1, Director of Finance Treasurer Carrie Mighton, 2022 operating budget remaining items. So we had a most interesting and productive meeting this morning, but we still have some items that we need to address, which is why we're having the part 2 meeting right now. We're beginning with the library and the library board, but I'm going to pass it over to you, Director Mighton, at this time.
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor. As indicated earlier before the break, I provided some highlights on the library board. I can just share my screen just to give you an idea of where we're at before we start with the changes that we've made. So we started the day with 1.07 million or 9.9% tax levy increase. We've had an adjustment for the CPI of 45,000. We've done some additional staff training of 3,000, and we've done the Sadler Street traffic study for 10,000 and traffic calming plan for 7,500. Removed the traffic study for all of West Grey. Adjusted the admin assistant records position to start April 1st for 45, a new environmental capital projects position to start April 1st at 52,500, seasonal landfill savings, and removing the updates to the Normanby Gatehouse, reduced the budget by 74,000. And we've got increase to the tipping fees would be effective January 1st instead of March 1st. So we're going to recognize another $10,000 of revenue there. And we're adding in the revenue projected for rental of the arena of $7,000 for lacrosse. So that gets us to the tax levy of 1.05 million or 9.7%. And that's where we're at so far after the morning's meeting.
Thank you very much. Okay. So I think at this point, I do see the chair of the library board. Is there anything you wish to add at this time, Director Mighton, before we have any questions? And certainly I would say the directors here, as well as the CEO of the West Grey Library, Kim Storts. First to you, Director Mighton.
Yes, so the increase on the library is included in your budget package. So unless there's any questions or changes, that's what is in there is the full increase that the board is requesting.
Thank you. Members of council, are there any questions? Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to speak as a member of the library board as well. And what I wanted to say was that the challenges that the libraries had during COVID have been long and many. And the interesting part is their service has not waned. They've still been managed to maintain it. In addition, they're now actually managing 2 levels of service, one for online and one in person. And they've done that through dedicated staff, long hours. And the reason they're asking for the person is we continue to grow. We've seen the growth and the projections that came as part of the water and sewer report in summary, which was good to be able to see all those, but you get an idea where they're going, and they're already losing ground. So they need to gain the ground and be prepared as those people move in, which we're already seeing some of that happening. So that's the major influence that you're seeing behind the request is the actual workload that's there, and to try to eliminate the overtime as well as, or minimize it at least, as well as keep the hours going. If not, we will have to cut back service. And that's not realistic given that it's so popular and is working very well. And remember, we do have 3 different library locations that are being managed as well. So thank you very much for the opportunity.
Councillor Herger, please.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Townsend, for that update as well. I guess I have a question about a new full-time staff person. And what does that mean for library hours? What does that mean for more weekends? What does that mean?
I'm going to go over to the CEO of the West Grey Library, Kim Storts, for that, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The increase in the full-time position will be to help with the digital services, as Councillor Townsend just mentioned, to assist with growing that more, so more virtual programming as well as e-resources. And then we are looking to open long weekends again and open in Durham. At the moment, we just opened on Saturdays in Durham last month, so that is going to continue as well. And we're looking to increase the hours in Durham by only another hour, to be open 10 to 5 on Saturdays.
So that one person will only garner 1 extra hour of in-person. Is that what I'm hearing?
Right. They will actually help with the increase in the services for the virtual services as opposed to the in-person services.
Okay, so I have a question off of our draft budget sheets, the major packet we have. I'm curious about the agreements that we have with neighboring municipalities for service. And I note that in 2020, that budget number was $315,000. This year, our 2022 budget number is going to be $477,000. And I'm curious, that continues to go up 2020, 2021, 22. I also know that our library wages will continue to go up. So what other services are we receiving through those contractual agreements that we have with Grey Highlands, with all around? So what else do we get when we're seeing such an increase, $162,000 over 2 years? What do we get for that more?
Okay, CEO Stoltz, please.
What we're doing, as Councillor Townsend said, is we are doing the in-person, and that is with the staff hours that we have now. And then this new position is adding those hours to include virtual programming and to increase that, which is what we are being asked to provide more of. When it comes to the services, are you meaning what are we getting from those services, those extra services to the, Grey Highlands?
Mhm.
So
I'm asking that, and I'm also just wondering, how does it go up that much? Maybe has the board looked at, what we're getting? Are these normal increases? I mean, I don't really see that as being a normal increase, but I don't sit on that board either, so I'm looking for that information.
CEO Stoltz, are you able to respond?
Director Mighton had her hand up. Can she respond first?
Certainly. Director Mighton, please.
Yeah, just to clarify, the increase for the Grey Highlands is $363. It's just gone up from $15,770 to $16,133. The other $95,000 is for our board. It's not for the Grey Highlands service. So that's just for West Grey's services. Just to be clear, that wasn't for Grey Highlands services, or that $95,000 increase, or $477,000, 312. That's for our library service.
So that I have as library other payments, West Grey. Is that correct, Carrie?
Yeah, that's for West Grey. Yep. So then there would be a separate amount for Grey Highlands, which is another $16,000. But the change year over year is $363.
Okay, so I was seeing
the other payments to West Grey. That's to the board, to our library board, for operating their service.
Okay. And is there any more programming or outreach towards the Elmwood area? That's my last question for the library board.
When we do the virtual programming and our digital programming, that is for all of West Grey residents, not just certain centers. So that will definitely be going out to all of West Grey residents. And we were looking at, and we did try to look at doing some services out there this summer, and it just didn't happen. But that is a continuous thing that we will look at for 2022 to see if there is a possibility.
So we're not guaranteeing any programming out that direction though, but we will make our best efforts to do that.
We have not had any programming out there yet.
But we do anticipate programming out Elmwood Way.
Well, at the moment, we haven't had any programming at all since COVID in person, right? So we've just been doing the virtual programming, and that's what we are focusing on for the 2022 budget. Most of it will be virtual.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, is there anyone else that has a question? I note that Councillor Townsend, you did speak and your hand is electronically there, but first of all, is there anybody else that wishes to speak? Thank you, Councillor Townsend, for taking your hand down. Councillor Shea.
Thank you. Does the library receive provincial grants? I don't see them on the budget sheet.
Director Mighton?
Yes, there is one annual provincial grant that we get for library operating services. It's about $24,190, and that amount has stayed the same since West Grey began, I believe.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anything
thank
further,
you.
Councillor?
Not at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions, members of council? Councillor Hutchinson.
Yeah, I guess knowing the library and how valuable the service is, I agree. It's one of those things, and it is changing. It has changed a lot in the last couple of years because of the pandemic. I just have a real concern with staffing in terms of increasing staffing at this time, partially because if we look at our budget and that we're sitting at 10% or just a little under. I'm not so sure whether this is the time to really increase the staffing there. I know the virtual thing is a big thing these days because of the pandemic, but again, sometimes we have to make our decisions and make some tough decisions. And obviously, we're looking at increasing some staff at the office level because of some programs that we have to cover there. So I'm not going to be in favor of staffing increase at this time, just because of where we are with our budget, but I understand where the library is coming from in terms of the need for increase on the technical side of it. But maybe it's one of those things where we have to do what we can with what we have and look at it again in another year. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton, please.
Thanks, Mayor Robinson. And I could just share my perspective since I sit on the board and on council. I see there being 3 different pressures on the library right now in terms of staff capacity and staff time, from what I understand. So one would be because of COVID, there's increased cleaning, there's increased screening. That takes up staff time that they didn't have to do before COVID. So that's eating into what staff are already doing. And also, of course, the online programs that the library, they had to adapt through COVID. They're delivering online programs, again, something we never did before COVID. And it's come to be very valued by our community. And I think our community expects us to continue the service level that we have already with online programs. I'm also hearing they're wanting us to keep growing that area. So now we have staff who were redeployed from doing things that we would have done pre-COVID in a physical space, doing it online. So as the library branches open up, the staff are being pulled from their online service delivery to customer service delivery. So they can't do both things at the same time. So that's a second pressure. And then the third pressure, I think, is the growth that we know is coming. So between COVID cleaning, demand for online programs, and the growth that's coming, there's a lot of pressures on staff. And if the library doesn't get this additional funding to add staff capacity, then we wouldn't be able to fully open up to those hours that we had pre-COVID, because staff are pulled in many directions that they weren't before COVID. So that's just something else to consider as council considers this ask. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other, there was Deputy Mayor and then Councillor Hergert. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. And it's a fine balancing act here. Yes, I totally understand and respect the value of the library. I seem to be a little more along the lines of thinking what Councillor Hutchinson has said. And simply, I got to look back at last year. We did complement, or we added a complement, maybe 1.5. I can't recall, but I'm for sure one. We did reduce one of the service levels, and we didn't add anything into the corporation staff. I'm talking about in this office here specifically, and there was a lot of additional pressures put onto our staff rate in the municipal office here. And they seem to have adapted and they got things done. So I think the focus needs to be back into at the municipal, and maybe the library. I'm sorry to say, but maybe we're going to have to take a pass for 1 year. There's lots of, I think everyone is working double hard, if not 3 times as hard to make things work. So I just don't know if I can support it. And we are sitting again at a 10% rate now, and we know that's not gonna fly. So that would be my 2 cents. I don't think I could support it for this year. But again, I do value what the library offers. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Councillor Hergert, then Councillor Shea.
I am a second-time speaker, if that's okay.
Please go ahead.
My questions really come to, if the idea was to hire a new person, is there training in technology or so? Is there training component that staff could do to fill that gap? Or am I hearing that it's beyond just a training issue? Like for more digital online programming?
CEO Stoltz, please.
There is training that staff can do. So most of the e-resources I'm doing myself, which includes our website and all that kind of stuff. And then the programming staff have learned on their own, as has been mentioned. There was the extra training to be able to switch to the virtual side. So staff have been able to do that, and there is training to do that. It's the, as we've mentioned, it's the hours of when we open to the public and we have more in-person programming to be able to continue to offer still the same amount of virtual programming that we're offering, without something having to to give.
My last question then is it possible to tap into more online programming with our, with our Grey Highlands, with our other library services that we have, that, we, West Grey Library, may be able to produce 4 hours of online programming, and they also produce 4 hours of online programming. Is that possible to do, just more collaborative, where we share the cost, double the content?
That would be something that I would have to take back to the CEOs there to see whether or not they would be willing to have that kind of a conversation. But at the moment, I'm not too sure of that answer.
Okay. I know digging for content or producing content really can take a lot of time for websites and especially the library too. But I know what our library is doing, other people will benefit from, and vice versa. I would see the benefit of another library producing online content. So thank you very much.
Councillor Shea, please.
Thank you. CEO Storts, how many other full-time employees are there of the West Grey Library System?
We have one more full-time staff.
Okay. We looked at some hiring options earlier in this meeting and recognized that if this budget is approved in January, it's unlikely that new hires would come on board before March or April, most likely, with the advertising and all of the process involved. Would you be expecting, if this were approved, to be onboarding this person in March or April? And if so, would it be more appropriate to approve 3/4 of the, or put in the budget 3/4 of the amount required for this new position?
I believe similar to what other department heads had said is, yes, once the budget is approved in January, it'll probably take us a couple of months. So a new person would not be starting until March or April.
Okay, so Director Mighton, I understand this is already in the budget. It says included in the draft budget. So if we were to apply that same principle of just budgeting for 3/4 of the salary in this year, that would reduce the current budget. Is that right? By $20,000.
Correct. It would result in a reduction. This total package has been put into your budget so far.
Okay, then I would be happy to move that we approve this position, but only budget for the 9 months that the employee would actually be working in this budget year.
Director Mighton, I understand where you're going, Councillor Shea. Thank you very much for that. But Director Mighton, you had a comment.
Yeah, I just want to clarify too that similar to how our police budget, you can ask the board to consider amending their budget ask, but we can't actually change that. They would have to make that decision themselves, but we can ask them to reduce their budget by, I missed the amount, 20,000 or whatever it was that you had said, Jeff or Councillor Shea. It's minor in the nuance to it, but just that it is a request of the board, not necessarily council decision.
Is that what you're asking for, Councillor Shea? And we can have our clerk provide the language. What is your preference?
Yes, thank you for straightening me out there, Ms. Mighton.
Okay, and with that, Councillor Shea, our clerk is just writing up your motion, and then once it's read, I'll look for a seconder. Thank you. One moment, please.
Through you, Mayor, I'll just confirm, Councillor Shea, if this was your intention, that council hereby requests that the library board reduce their budget by $20,000 and provide an updated budget to a future meeting.
Could I,
Mr. Shea?
could I add the detail that to reflect that the new hire would not be available until a quarter of the way through the year or something to that effect?
Clerk Sharbeck, I wonder if you could provide that explanation, please.
Through you, Mayor, I'll just confirm with Director Mighton, but my understanding is that council approves the amount, but how it's spent is up to the board. So however the board sees fit to save that $20,000, it would be their decision. And I would ask Director Mighton to confirm that.
So on that, Director Mighton, if there could be a notation in terms of what this council was looking for, should this pass, that is.
Yeah, it could be more of a suggestion or for consideration, but I agree with the clerk. They approve a total amount, and the board, if they want to take 20,000 out of books, that's their prerogative. We actually can't tell them how to make the change, but we could offer a suggestion. All we do is the total amount, say we're going to reduce that by 20,000.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. All right, so is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Hamilton, you're seconding, and
I am, but I do have a point of information or clarity. Can I do that?
Please go ahead. Now's the time.
Thank you. I believe Councillor Shea's intention is to have a reduction based on the staff member starting in, let's say, April. And if that's the case, I just want to double check with our director of finance. I don't think the amount's 20,000. I think it'd be 13,350. But I'm just looking for what that amount would be, so we get that to the best amount, please. Thank you.
Yes, Director Mighton, please.
Yeah, based on, I think the new position was for a full year, 53,400. Yeah.
Okay. So Director, can you clarify that I got the right math? Would it, if that's the intention of Councillor Shea, I think it would be 13,350, not 20,000.
Yes, but again, if we want them to find 20,
yeah.
you can ask them to find 20. It's not that we
Yeah.
can tell them how, but it's what the dollar amount is that council wants to offer back.
Thank you. So I just offer that information to Councillor Shea in his motion if he wanted to make that little adjustment. Thank you.
Okay, and I just want to confirm, Councillor Hamilton, you were the seconder for this? Yes. Back to you, Councillor Shea, then.
Yes, that is what I intended. I didn't do the math, but I think Councillor Hamilton and Director Mighton have provided the correct math now. So yes, thank you.
So I wonder if we could just have the motion read, and then I'll ask if there's any other members of council that have questions. Thank you.
Through you, Mayor, moved by Councillor Shea and seconded by Councillor Hamilton. The council hereby requests that the library board reduce their budget by $13,500 and provide an updated budget to a future meeting.
Councillor Shea on the language of the motion, okay, and Councillor Hamilton as the seconder. All right, now I'm looking for questions from members of council. Councillor Hergert.
Yes, I'm back at reducing it to the minus 53,400. I think the position, while it is obviously going to benefit our community, we just have some real pressures on this budget, and we did, as council, did approve a person last year. And I can imagine that there will be more changes yet this year on how we do things. So I'm hopeful to reduce this budget by $53,400 and take away that position this year. I'm always a fan of the library, so I mean we can reconsider this next year. But at this time, I'd like to move the appropriate motion to reduce their budget by $53,400.
So Clerk Scharbeck, I wouldn't, is that an amendment to what's currently on? I'm just seeking some clarity.
Through you, Mayor. If, I'll just confirm with Councillor Herger that you could make a motion amending the main motion to change the amount of the reduction from 13,350 to 53,400. Is that what you'd like to do? Is just amend the number in the motion?
I could do that.
Okay, thank you for that clarity, and also how the motion is to be read. Are you able to read that motion? And I can seek out a seconder for the amendment, should there be one.
Through Mayor, moved by Councillor Herger, that the main motion be amended by changing the amount from the amount the library board budget is to be reduced from $13,350 to $53,400.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for this motion? Deputy Mayor? Okay, is there any questions on the amending motion? Councillor Hutchinson.
Yeah, well, while we're talking suggestions to the board based on money, I'd really like them to revisit the idea of subsidizing greyhounds for $16,000. And I remember we had that discussion before when I was on the board, and I really don't understand why we subsidize one area for library services when people live near Hanover, we don't subsidize. People live near Mount Forest, we don't subsidize. People live near Chesley, we don't subsidize. So I think that's an area that probably we could negotiate, maybe getting out of in the future. So maybe I'll throw that back at the board. If they looking to save $16,000, maybe there's $16,000 there that's available.
Clerk Scharbeck, I'm thinking that that might be an amendment. I'm seeking if should the councillor choose to do that. Would that be the case? Because I don't want to lose sight of what he's asked before I go back to what Councillor Herger has moved. So,
through you, Mayor, I think the same as speaking specifically to removing a position or having a position start 3/4 of the way through the year. I think this would be the same. I think Councillor Hutchinson has offered an option for a $16,000 savings for the board to look at, and is requesting that the board at least review that option. But it's more of a suggestion than a motion.
okay, thank you for that clarity. All right, for that, was there anything further, Councillor Hutchinson, before I move on to another councillor? Thank you. So with that, Councillor, going to go to Councillor Herger first, then Councillor Townsend.
Thank you very much. I just want to say one last thing. I do really appreciate the library services. I also note that we are going to be ramping up recreation. So I think we will have lots of opportunities for kids and adults to participate in things going on in West Grey. Just as we speak to the board as suggestions, the cooperation and collaboration with our rec department, with the art gallery. I mean, those are all super positive connections that have been made that just, continue to encourage those. And I really do appreciate the library board, but I just can't, I can't offer another person this year from my, it's a tough spot this year.
Thank you, Councillor Townsend.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor, a couple of comments. Taking the person away, I'll go back to Councillor Hamilton's statements that services will not expand and there will be issues with service delivery, guaranteed. It's not just a matter of training, it's a matter of developing the program. One of the questions asked was, could you sort of work with, through cooperation with other libraries? We have to pay if we use, and our residents use, other libraries. The fact that we have quite a few people on the sort of northeast section of West Grey that do use Markdale in more than just library, unfortunately, we have to pay for that service. They have extra costs when they have extra patrons, as we do, which is why we're saying we're going to expand. If you take away the expansion and then you say, now figure out how to get rid of them, and there's no immediate solution to make that convenient service to them, their service level will drop right to a stone. And that's not fair. So if you want one, that's bad enough. If you ask for both, you're saying not only will we not fund the growth, but we're also going to take the funding away for existing service levels. And I want you to look at it that way, not just as a monetary thing. If council makes that decision, you make the decision. But the question is that the decision you really want to make? And I would argue, no, you don't. I think you'll find that you will really upset that section of West Grey unfairly. If you asked us to look at alternatives over the next year to figure out how to balance what you do with people on the boundary, that's a much different request, but it's not taking the current funding of service to current residents. So I just want you to think of that from that perspective.
Councillor Shea, please.
So I was proposing a motion that would see this full-time position, which would see us providing sufficient funds for the library to move ahead with their plans to hire a full-time position. My esteemed colleague, Councillor Hergert, has moved an amendment that would see no full-time position created this year. I would like to propose an amendment to her amendment in the name of political compromise, that we reduce the amount of the request from 53. We reduce their request by $25,000 instead of $53,000, as Councillor Hergert has suggested, which might allow them to hire a part-time person to fulfill this responsibility. So I would move that as an amendment to the amendment.
So with that, I would first go to Director Mighton and then over to Clerk Scharbeck. Director Mighton, please.
I just wanted to provide some clarity on the contract with Grey Highlands. The existing contract runs from 2017 to 2021, and it is renewable at the end of the term for another 5-year term, unless one party gives 6 months notice before expiry of the current term. So we would be into the contract for another 6 months at least into 2022. And that's if we give notice of our intention to discontinue that contract, in January. So just to give you some parameters on if that's something that you're wanting to consider, the contract would renew for 5 years. But if we want out of it, we do need to give 6 months notice. And so just as give some context around that.
Thank you for that. And I'm going to appreciate that. And now over to Clerk Scharbeck, please.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. I'll just confirm, Councillor Shea, did you say 25,000? Okay,
Yes.
So moved by Councillor Shea that the amending motion regarding the library board budget be amended by changing the amount of the reduction to the library board budget from 53,400 to 25,000.
The language, okay, Councillor Shea? All right, is there a seconder? And I'm looking for a raised hand, not an electronic hand. I'm not seeing okay. Councillor Townsend is moving the amendment to the amendment. All right, any questions with regard to that? I'm looking, I do not see anything. And now I do. Councillor Hamilton, please.
Oh, thanks, Mayor Robinson. I just note that CEO Storrs had her hand up earlier. I'm not sure if she had something to add. Thank you.
Okay, no, thank you very much for that. CEO Storrs, please.
Thank you very much. I was just going to say the contract with Grey Highlands is up, and it is between the library board and the library board. And at the moment they are discussing that contract. So just so that there was some context to that.
Okay, thank you for that. I just want to keep focused on the motion at hand, but appreciate there was a bit of information sharing there. So we're just dealing with the amending motion to keep everybody focused. So with that, I do see Councillor Hergert's hand is up.
I have a clarity question that does not relate to this motion. My question for the CEO would be, how many people utilize the contract with Grey Highlands? Do we have any idea about number of patrons? Do we have?
Councillor Herger,
it is off topic.
We really, and I appreciate that you understand that. So let's please stay focused. That's information that can be provided for certain. Madam Clerk, could you please read the motion at hand?
Through you, Mayor, moved by Councillor Shea and seconded by Councillor Townsend, that the amending motion regarding the library board budget be amended by changing the amount of the reduction to the library board budget from $53,400 to $25,000.
All those in favor indicate with the raised hand. 1, 2, 3. All those opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4. The motion loses. There were 3 members of council in favor, 4 members of council not in favor. That motion loses. Clerk Scharbeck, to the next motion that we need to deal with, please.
Through Mayor, moved by Councillor Herger and seconded by Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, that the main motion regarding the library board budget be amended by changing the amount to reduce the budget from $13,350 to $53,400.
Okay, Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks, Mayor Robinson. I just want to add a further comment that on the face of it, this position looks like we're adding to West Grey Library Services, and it certainly would assist in adding more programming. But by taking the position out altogether, the impact we'll see a reduction in this in levels of service, in that the library will not have staff capacity to open back up fully to pre-COVID hours and continuing to deliver the online services that our residents have come to expect and enjoy. So, or match the growth that's coming and the increased need there too. So just letting council know it's going to impact our current service delivery if we take this position away. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything further, Councillor Townsend?
Thank you. I'll reiterate what Councillor Harrison said, and I remember the reaction when the library board reduced service in Elm, and there are council members there that were pretty damning of that action, and that we had to be careful on how we impact the service of our residents. And again, we're about to do it again if this in fact passes. So I'd like those same people to remember their comments in that situation and consider that before they raise their hands to update and reduce services again, but a different area this time. Thank you.
So with that, all those in favor of the motion that was just read by the clerk, Councillor Townsend, would you mind taking down your electronic hand? Thank you very much. All those in favor, please indicate with the raised hand. 4. Okay, all those opposed? 1, 2, 3. The motion is carried 4-3. Okay. And now, before I'm just checking my notes now to the main motion, Clerk Scharbeck, please.
Through you, Mayor, the main motion is the council requests that the library board reduce their budget by $53,400 and prepare a revised or provide a revised budget to a future meeting.
Councillor Shea and then Councillor Hamilton, and then I'll ask if there's anyone else before calling the vote. Thank you.
Because I am nominally the mover of this motion, which I'm quite a bit against, I'd like to call for a recorded vote.
Certainly. Before we go to the recorded vote, which the clerk knows of, thank you. Councillor Hamilton, did you have any comment?
That was my request as well, because I believe Councillor Shea and I are the movers of this motion, and I don't agree with it. So recorded vote. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not seeing anything further. Over to you, Clerk Scharbeck, for the recorded vote.
Okay, I'll call the vote now. Oh,
Certainly. The Councillor Hutchinson, his mic wasn't on, but I will tell you that Councillor Hutchinson has just asked for the motion to be read again. Clerk Scharbeck, please.
So through you, Mayor, moved by Councillor Shea and seconded by Councillor Hamilton, that council hereby requests that the library board reduce their budget by $53,400, and that a revised budget be provided to a future council meeting.
And a recorded vote has been requested, so please continue. Thank you.
Okay. And I'll call the vote. Councillor Townsend,
Not in favor?
Mayor Robinson,
In favor.
Councillor Hergert,
Councillor Hergert, yes.
Councillor Hamilton,
No.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson,
In favor.
Councillor Hutchinson,
In favor.
Councillor Shea,
No.
the resolution is carried.
Director Mighton, over to you, please. Yep. Yeah. Oh, no. Okay. Moving on, Director Mighton.
Okay, I'll just share my screen again after we've finished with that. With that, request for a reduction of 53,400, you're at 999, or 9.2% is the tax levy increase then as we move through the rest of the operating budget. So that just gives you an idea of where we're at now. There. And going back to recreation then, we had finished with the budget request form REC-01-22 for the program expansion. I believe we had finished with that. So going on to the next one, the REC-0222 for the coin-operated lights at the Durham tennis courts. Recognizing that this is a small budget item, but it is a change to how the courts would be operated, if you will. And when we say coin-operated, there may be further enhancements where it may be a electronic card, a prepaid card type thing, so that there's no actual cash sitting in the box at the lights. I'm not sure all the options that are available, but it's something that the recreation facility manager for Durham was wanting to look into. And he was estimating it'll cost about $4,000, but and that has been included in this budget draft in the operations, but it may just help to reduce if there's no need for the lights to be on at that time or for the same length of time, that they would just automatically shut off, as opposed to the timer that they're on now. And once it's on, then it's on till whatever time it is they're set to shut off. So just looking at that as an operational change, but it is not significant, not overly significant, but it has already been incorporated into the budget, unless you want to provide any recommendation for a change.
Okay, Councillor Hutchinson, please.
Yeah, so just to further that, the group that has organized some activities through the tennis club in the past had some monies, and they're willing to donate. There's $1,700 there roughly that they'll be donating to the West Grey to put towards activities at the tennis courts, and this may be one of them. I'm not sure of the $4,000. I think Randy originally mentioned a coin-operated system, but past experience says anytime you leave money in a box near a place like that it sometimes disappears. So I think the option to go to electronic, and maybe $4,000 isn't the amount at that point. So that needs to be revisited at some point to see. I would think it'd be less than that, but anyways, it's just an option. It saves the lights being on. The basketball court probably uses as much as the tennis does. So the lights, when they turn them on, they stay on automatically till 11 o'clock and then they go out. So it's just it's a conservation thing more than anything. Plus, I think Randy's looking at getting some monies back out of it, which may happen. It may not, but at least it's trying.
Well, thank you for that. I'm going over to Corporate and Community Initiatives Officer. Any update or response you wish to make?
Thank you, and through you, Mayor Robinson. Nothing really to add here. What Councillor Hutchinson had quoted with regards to once the button is pushed to turn on the lights, they do stay on till 11 o'clock at night, in which the system automatically shuts them off. So installing a coin-operated or whichever we end up going with mechanism would save on the lights not staying on.
Thank you for that. Okay, Councillor Shea, then Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you. It reminds me of the story of when the astronaut programs were underway and the Americans learned that ballpoint pens wouldn't write in space. They spent $1 million inventing a pen because of no gravity. They spent $1 million inventing a pen that would work with no gravity. And the Russians, who encountered the same problem, used a pencil. In the olden days, we didn't have a button that you pressed. It was just this light switch. You would turn the light switch on when you arrived at the tennis courts. You would turn it off when you left. So we upgraded that to a button, and now we've decided that that's become too complicated. I'm not sure why.
Councillor Shea, to your point, please.
I don't know why we don't just go back to using a light switch that people can turn off when they leave. The other thing I would bring up is I assume that this will result in some savings of electricity, and will that balance out the $4,000? But all that is just really a comment for the people who operate this facility. I don't think it really merits further discussion at a budget meeting. Thank you.
All right, well, thank you. I believe I saw Councillor Hamilton's hand up. Was I correct in that?
Oh, yes, but I think I am getting in the weeds, but I was just wondering if there was like a motion detector kind of light situation. And my only thought about having cards is, how do you distribute the cards and that kind of thing? But that's all operational. We'll talk about that another time. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Hergert.
Yes, I actually see this as a want. I'm trying to figure out how we would possibly collect back the $4,000, if it's quarters or cards or electricity savings. I think that I would like to pass on this item, and potentially our new environmental person that's coming with some suggestions and so on could take a quick look at this. I just don't see the need for it right now. I don't see it coming through as a Durham Recreation, committee request or anything. It seems like a want to me, and I'm prepared to pass on the $4,000 as a savings. So at the appropriate time, I'd make a motion to forego this $4,000 timer expense.
I think you did it right now, because now is the appropriate time. And I have you as the mover, and we'll just wait for Clerk Scharbeck to put that language together to read that motion back. And I'll be seeking a seconder should there be one. One moment, please.
Through you, Mayor, moved by Councillor Hergert, that $4,000 for a coin-operated light meter system for the Durham tennis courts be removed from the budget.
All right, you're good with the language, Councillor Hergert? Thank you. Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Shea. Thank you. Any other comments or clarity? Councillor Hutchinson and then Councillor Hamilton.
Yeah, not to belabor the point, I think it's something we could have some further discussion and look at in the future. I do know in the past with the switch that people turned it on and then late at night, and then they stayed on all night. So that's the reason why they went to a button, so it automatically turned off. But anyways, we can look at it again. I think no problem.
Councillor Hamilton, please.
Oh, I appreciate this idea coming forward, and I think it just needs a bit of fine tuning, and I can see how it's going to operationally save us money in the long run too, right? So it's a great idea, and I look forward to it coming back to council in the future. Thank you.
Clerk Scharbeck, would you mind just reading the motion, and then I'll call the vote?
Through Mayor, that $4,000 for a coin-operated light meter system for Durham tennis courts be removed from the budget.
All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 7 members of council have voted in favor of this. The motion is carried. Over to you, Director Maiton.
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. That is the end of the budget request forms for recreation. So there is one for the building department. While it does not affect the tax levy, the building department is funded within itself through the fees. It is proposed to add another building inspector plans reviewer for the 2022 budget. So that has been incorporated into the budget. Again, it's fully funded from the building revenues. So unless there's any change, that's for your information.
Anything, members of council? Councillor Hergert.
I do have a quick question. I know that we share the program, the building department, with Chatsworth, and building is growing right now. And obviously we have a need for legislative reasons to meet these requirements. What happens when demand wanes, and who shares the contract for the person? This is an employee of ours. It's not a contractual relationship. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct. But Director Maiton, could you please confirm that?
Yes, that's correct. The proposal is that it would be a West Grey employee.
Is that possible to?
We can have CBO Shipwreck respond to your inquiry, but please go ahead. Councillor Hergert, with your inquiry.
I just wanted to know, is there any opportunity to hire a contract employee, especially as we move through this busy time? And this busy time could be 1 to 2 years or so, but when all the building wanes, that might be 5-10 years. But I'm just looking for a discussion about a contract employee.
CBO Shipwreck, please.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Robinson. Good question. We can try, I guess, is the easy answer. It's going to be very, very difficult to find a qualified inspector on a full-time position. It's basically right now the only way to get a qualified inspector is to steal them from another municipality. So trying to steal somebody from a municipality on a 1-year contract is going to be almost impossible, but we could try.
CBO Shipwreck, could you just restate your last comment? I'm sorry, the audio went a little quiet, and I may have been the only one that missed it, but could you please restate?
Sorry, yes, I'll say it again. Yeah, trying to find a qualified inspector plans reviewer is very, very difficult right now. Multiple municipalities are expanding and looking for qualified people. So to try to find a new inspector on a 1-year contract position is just going to make it that much more difficult. If they were already employed somewhere else, they're not going to want to leave that job to come to our municipality for a 1-year contract. So it's going to make finding somebody very, very difficult.
Anything further, Councillor Hergert?
I guess I would just ask, we don't always have to steal them. Can we grow them within our community? So just succession planning, do we have somebody we can train up to be that inspector plans reviewer? We're looking for experienced.
Yeah, the situation we're in right now, we need an experienced person to start immediately. We're currently already developing an inspector in the organization. It's depending on the qualifications when they start, it's between a 6-month and 12-month process to get somebody qualified. So if we're hiring an unqualified person to start, they're really not going to be up to speed until mid to late summer, fall. So that really doesn't help us through the spring, early summer season, which is what we need in the immediate.
Okay, so I will leave it there, but if there's an opportunity for a contract employee, I would love that you would try, but I hear the difficulties that you're having. So, thank you.
Is there anything further from members of council? Councillor Shea?
Yes, I take Councillor Hergert's point. Do inspectors, CBO Shipwreck, do inspectors sometimes morph jobs or have their jobs evolve? Like, do they go on to become planners or environmental managers, or is there a way that if our building boom slackens over the next 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 years, that this new employee could be repurposed in a different position?
CBO Shipwreck, please.
Yeah, thank you. Not easily, I would say. I really don't believe that we're going to have an issue, especially we have, with the Bruce subdivision coming online, we have the police station coming next year, which is going to be a lot of work for an inspector. And then we have the year after that will be the long-term care and that building plus all of the additional buildings that they're proposing. So assuming all those structures go through, we're not going to be short on work for the next 3 years. And we also have very likely a 1 employee retirement within the next year to 2 years. So we're not going to be short. We're not going to be short of work. You can say that.
Anything further, Councillor Shea?
Yes, thank you. That answers my question quite well. I did have on the index, there was an item before this item, allocation of director's wages to non-building functions, which we skipped over. So I'm hoping we will come back to that at some point.
We're dealing with the full budget for the building department. Director Mike, do you have any response?
Yes, my apologies. I did miss that one. So the CBO Director of Building Services does look after direct reports for bylaw enforcement, K9, and planning. So those are services that fall outside of the building department or the building revenues, if you will. So we are allocating a small portion of his wages across the non-building supported functions. So that is the reason for that change that you see there.
This position has always, or for some time now, had those responsibilities. Is this just us catching up, or has it changed? Has the situation changed?
Director Martin, please.
Yeah, it's us catching up to it as we've brought the department back in from our joint services with Grey Highlands and Chatsworth when it used to be outside, and Grey Highlands looked after it. So as we've been building it back up and then adding to the portfolio of the Director of Building Services, that we should allocate the non-building portions out to those departments so that the building fees are not paying for that. So it's really us catching up as we've been building that department back up.
I guess my final question would be, is it we should or we must?
I will defer to the CBO, but I believe it's a must. Building fees cannot fund outside of the buildings department, I believe.
CBO Shipwreck, please.
Yes, thank you, Carrie. That is exactly right. We can't, the building department has to fund itself, so we can't use, tax dollars to fund the building department, but you also can't use building department funds to pay for other items like bylaw enforcement and planning and animal control.
Okay, thank you.
Anything further? Okay, you're welcome. CBO Shipwreck, I do see your electronic hand up. Was there anything further you needed to say at this time? Good. Electronic hand taken down. Anything further, members of council? All right, over to you, Director Mighton.
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. So our final item on our operating budget form review deals with the economic development and specifically our community improvement plan. So within this budget, we have incorporated utilizing or no, this is a proposed addition to the budget, sorry. This one wasn't added in there for consideration, whether to utilize some tax levy funding to support our community improvement plan. We have been drawing on our economic development reserve for this program, as well as the County of Grey has been providing annual payments to the lower tiers for their community improvement plans. So this is not incorporated into the budget, but is being presented for your consideration whether you want to add $25,000 from the tax levy to that support.
Thank you for that. I'm going to suggest CEO Johnston, did you want to add anything to this? And by the way, we very much appreciate the accompanying CIP annual report card that is attached to the agenda. But is there anything you wish to say before I open up any questions for members of council?
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. I think the treasurer's outlined it well. We're just, for the future sustainability of this program, council may want to put some thought to tax levy funding as well as reserves.
Thank you. Members of council. Councillor Townsend.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I'd just like to elaborate on what the CEO just said about the sustainability. We have enough for, I think, about 3 years at taking $100,000 out. If we don't start putting some back, then we're going to all of a sudden find ourselves a year where we can't do it. We'd be best off to do it each year and try to keep them going. The other thing is, I believe the county only has committed to 5 years. And so that will disappear as well. So you're going to be hit on two fronts. So 25,000 ultimately may not be enough. I might have asked for a little more aggression, but given where we are in the budget, that's probably not going to fly. But it's something we need to think going forward. How are we going to sustain that when the county, if they don't renew it, no longer provide, or we've pretty well depleted our funds. So it is a future consideration that's out there. Thank you.
Thank you as well, Councillor Hergert.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I am looking more towards using $75,000 from the reserve and the $20,000 from the Grey County grant. I do, as Mayor Robinson pointed out, I do appreciate the CIP annual report card. We can see right there the investment back into West Grey. There are some members of our community that are not pleased with this program, mainly to the point of using tax money to fund private ownership. And then we drive downtown and we see how beautiful and what a massive improvement has been made in 1 year. So I think there is merit in continuing the program at least for another year. Sometimes, the uptake is a little slower, as mentioned in here, but also members on the downtown cores and stuff would see what their neighbors doing and, well, how did you get money? And then, encourage it by word of mouth. So I'm looking more towards using $75,000 from the reserve and the $20,000 from Grey County to make that a $95,000 CIP investment for the next year. Do we know what we will prioritize for this next year, for 2022 funding?
Madam CEO, please.
Through Mayor Robinson, just so I'm clear, Councillor Hergert, your proposal would fund the 2022 CIP to a grand total of $95,000. What staff are recommending is that we maintain it at $120,000. So the proposal would be, as we talked about at the Economic Development Committee, we really did a soft launch of the CIP in the first year, and it's been incredibly successful to the tune of leveraging over $300,000 in investment. So we were intending on promoting some of the other streams of the CIP. There's energy retrofits, there's accessibility options. I know facade has been the most noticeable. Some of those other streams there's been a couple of projects, but I feel like we have an opportunity to start promoting it. And I'm not sure that $120,000 will be enough. We ran out of grant money already before the end of this year. So just some background information. And in the way of focus for 2022, it will be actually, a marketing campaign to advertise some of those other opportunities and partnerships that are available through the county. Thank you.
Anything further, Councillor Hergert?
I just want to acknowledge that the Economic Development Advisory Committee did put forward the recommendation here. I, again, just note that we are very tight on budget this year. And at the appropriate time, I would make that motion for the $75,000 from reserve and utilizing the $20,000 from Grey County. That'll be all.
You can do that now if you want.
Yes, please. So moved.
So Clerk Charbeck, please.
Through you, Mayor, I just have a question, if I could, for Director Mighton. Is the $75,000 from reserves already accounted for in the budget? Oh,
Nope, that's okay. Yes, so far, right now, the current budget as we've drafted it has 100,000 coming from the Economic Development Reserve, 20,000 from Grey County, and I shouldn't say just from the Economic Development Reserve. In that Economic Development Reserve also is part of Grey County. We had some carryover money from them as well. But so we're using 100,000 from reserve and 20,000 from new Grey County money that will be coming in. So the total CIP program is $120,000. None of it funded from the tax levy. The budget request form was sort of putting in front of council a suggestion that we may at some point, if it's not this year, need, if we want to continue with the program, to start funding it, some of it from the tax levy. But in this draft, the $120,000 CIP program is $0 funded from the tax levy. It's 100,000 from reserves, 20,000 from Grey County's annual payment.
Clerk Charbeck, did you need to add anything?
Through you, Mayor, my understanding is that if it's not council's wish to add $25,000 to the CIP, but to leave it as $100,000 from reserves, $20,000 from the county, for a total of $120,000 in the CIP program, then there's no need for a resolution. The decision would be to add that $25,000 from the tax levy.
Thank you for that clarification. So that provide clarification to you, Councillor Herger?
Yes, so I do not wish for the 25,000 tax levy to be included. It's not on the merit of the program. It's literally budget monies, right?
Okay. Councillor Hutchinson.
Yeah, I agree. I'd like to see it stay at status quo, partly because 25,000 is 25,000 that we have to come up with. So I think it's important. I understand where people have come from in terms of, we need to put money in to sustain the program, but a couple of things. One, well, first of all, I don't think this is the kind of program that we can keep going forever, year after year after year, to put out that kind of money. Hopefully, as the economy and someday as we come out of this pandemic, that the economy will be better, that we won't have to put out this kind of money, and that hopefully some of our jobs like downtown revitalization, so on, will be completed. So I'd like to see us not take the 25,000 off the levy, but continue on with the program at 120,000. So that's what.
Thank you. And I just want to confirm, Clerk Charbeck, so there is no pending motion on the floor at this time.
No motion is required to leave it at status quo.
Thank you. Now to you, Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think if I heard Councillor Herger correctly, she was actually proposing moving it from 120 to 95,000. The impact on the actual levy would be zero, the way it's put right now. So what you're doing is just reducing the fund. You're not helping the budget situation to reduce the amount of increase. I don't know if that was your intent, or you were thinking perhaps there would be some benefit, but there won't be. It's just how much we're spending. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anything further, Councillor Herger?
Yes, I just wanted to clarify. So my paperwork here says that we would be taking $25,000 from the tax levy, $75,000 out of Economic Development Reserve, and $20,000 is other, being Grey County. So what I am hopeful to do is reduce the tax levy for $25,000, keeping the reserve amount at $75,000, and utilizing Grey County's $20,000.
So because this budget request form, that was, if you're going to support $25,000 from the tax levy, that's how it would show. But in your budget draft, it does not have the 25,000 from the tax levy. So that's just if we wanted to change it to make it tax levy supported. That's this scenario that we see here.
Okay.
Is that the clarity you require, Councillor
I
Herger?
don't feel like I'm super clear on that, but maybe somebody else can, I'll reflect on it for a minute.
Director Mighton, if you could please provide that clarity.
Yeah,
Thank
if you did pull out your budget detail forms, you'll see this, the CIP program expense of $120,000. We do have $100,000 transfer from reserve and then $20,000 from other municipal revenues. So that's the new county money that they transfer annually. So in the budget draft, the program's at 120, but it's being funded from the county and from reserves. If we wanted to start
Continue the
having the
program.
tax levy supporting it, then we would change that 100,000 from reserve to 75 and add in 25,000 from the tax levy. But that's only if we want to start doing that this year. Otherwise, the way the budget's been presented is no tax levy impact for 2022.
Okay, so keeping the program, like as the recommendation came from West Grey Economic Development Advisory Committee, keeping it at $100,000, we're going to use 20,000 from Grey County, then 80,000 from reserve? Or it would be 100?
100. The total program expense, people could apply for up to 100, like the total of the whole program for the year would be 120 that we would potentially be sending out.
Thank you, staff and council, for being patient with me. I appreciate it.
Not a problem. Councillor Hamilton and then Councillor Town.
Oh, thank you, Councillor Hergert, for the clarity for all of us. I know it's in my package, Director Mighton, but could you please tell me again the Economic Development Reserve balance? I'm sorry, I couldn't find it off the tip of my package.
So Councillor Hamilton, while Director Mighton is looking that up, that is not a problem. We'll have
Thank
that.
you.
So at the end of 2022, using the reserves of 100,000, the Economic Development Reserve will have a balance of 344,647.
Thank you. And so this was our first year doing the CIP, if I understand, and Grey County is committed to 5 years. So I see the concern that we can't keep taking out $100,000 out of the reserves every year for them. Right, I get that. So that's something to consider. And could you just remind me as well how historically that reserve has been built up over time? Was it, how did West Grey do that typically?
Director Mighton, please.
Yes, so the historically, the economic development budget at the end of the year, the previous councils would look at the budget to actual dollars, and if they budgeted 50,000 and had spent 20,000, they would transfer 30,000 into reserve for economic development at the end of the year. So it's kind of whatever was unspent went into that economic development reserve, and they did that for several years. And their budget also was higher in the past too. It may have been closer to 100,000 if I'm not mistaken, if memory serves me. They used to have a larger budget, and there was depending on if there was any programs or initiatives that came forward. And then they haven't been as active in the several years. So there wasn't, we had some butter tarts trails, some Saints and Sinners. So there's different programs that they would support over the years, but it hasn't been this CIP program has been one of the more substantial ones in the last several years that they've had on the programming front.
Thank you, Director. And I just have one more question.
Counselor, I
Yes.
do apologize, but I do see that Corporate and Community Initiatives Officer has his hand up. And I wonder if it could just supplement your last inquiry. And then I do apologize for the interruption. Please go ahead.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor Robinson. Just from a community perspective, and from what I see, kind of being the boots on the ground in the community and being that community liaison, the business community is loving this program. And quite honestly, we have a number of businesses who are teed up and ready to go basically as soon as the program is funded again. So they are seeing the commitment from council to this program. And in reality, the return on the $120,000 that we put in this past year, to which CIO Johnson had stated that it was close to $300,000, correct? We're seeing the return in the community, and quite honestly, driving through the downtown cores or being in the downtown cores, you can really see the effect that it has had. And I think it's a program that's just going to continue to grow as the business community in West Grey grows. So I think we're going to see a commitment for beyond more than the 5 years, quite honestly, with how the business community is responding and just what they're saying to me when I'm out in the community and interacting with them.
Amazing.
Over to you, Councillor Hamilton.
No, thanks for that update. I appreciate that boots on the ground perspective, not just the spreadsheet perspective. My only other question was, I note that there was 25 grants issued. Could staff give just an approximate sense of how many of those projects are completed now of the 25, and how many will be, I guess, completed perhaps over the next year? Thank you.
Yes, I do see that Madam CAO is turning a page, so please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm turning a page and I'm not finding it. There are a number of, I know that the planner has shared with me that there's a number of projects that are in process. So the funds have been, they're in a hold for those projects. The challenge that they're having, of course, is retaining labor and trades to get these projects started. So I don't know the percentage. I can absolutely provide that back to council. I don't know if our CBO has a sense of that, but I don't think it's a large number that's waiting for work to begin. It's not it's not significant enough, or else she would have flagged that differently. So the work is getting done as best it can.
Great. Well, no, thank you for that. I was just thinking how some of that seed money will continue to blossom into 2022. We haven't realized the full impact of that yet. But I do understand it's allocated, it's spoken for, but just something to look forward to in the year ahead. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Shea.
Thank you. First of all, I'd just like to reiterate what a success I think this program is, and to congratulate the Economic Development Committee and staff for bringing this forward. The amount of return on investment is quite phenomenal, and this is really a success story, I think. It has been indicated that there might be some emphasis going forward of putting more priority on different streams beyond facade improvement. I'm just going to suggest that maybe you'd like to think about apportioning sections of the total fund, to say like maybe a third is available for facade improvement, and a third is available for accessibility, and a third is available for energy retrofits, for example. But my main question is, the county has committed to a 5-year plan, and I assume they did that because they just like to project into the future so people can plan accordingly, that they know this is what's going to be happening for the next 5 years. Have they given any indication that they plan to sunset this program after 5 years, or are they likely to just renew it after 5 years? I think that would impact our thinking about how we are going to invest, whether we're going to invest out of reserves or we're going to invest out of the levy. So I'm just wondering if there's been any discussion about that.
Madam CIO, I'll go to you. That was a two-part question, so over to you.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. To your first comment, Councillor Shea, about putting the funds into different streams, I would not recommend that at this point. I think the program is still developing and still in its growth pattern, and it really should be the market that's determining what kind of projects are a priority to those investors. So I would recommend the program stay status quo, and then we do some promotion on the other streams that are available, because that would generate that interest. And in regards to the county and the future commitments beyond the 5 years, I have not heard. I don't know if our county council reps would know about that, but I have not heard one way or the other.
Thank you, Madam CIO. I wanted to have you respond to both of Councillor Shea's questions first. No, that is not up for the discussion that we have had so far. I can tell you at the county, I was the one that moved the motion on this, and it's certainly something we support. So there's nothing on the books for any other type of consideration at this time that I'm aware of. Thank you. Anything further, Councillor Shea?
Not at this time, thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to Councillor Hergert, then Councillor Townsend.
Can I get into some nitty gritty about how the $300, the private funds contributed? Is that a number on a building permit? Is that a matching fund number? If somebody had a facade improvement and it was $5,000 of their own money and we would throw in $5,000, how do we actually get that valuation? I'm just curious. I've never seen this annual report before.
Director Mighton.
I may be able to help it a little bit. We get the copies of the actual invoices from the individuals. Depending on what's been approved, it may be up to $5,000, 50% of the cost of the improvement up to $5,000, but then they've spent $17,000, but they're still only getting $5,000. So it depends on which stream or how it was applied for in the program. But I would, those value of private funds would be from the actual copies of invoices. I would wager, without speaking with the planner to be specific, but because they have to submit the actual invoices that have been paid in order to get their funding allotment from the CIP program.
Okay, so one more dig deep question would be, do we ever realize this back in impact taxation? Do we ever see this, money that was put into the investment being a higher tax rate that people are taxed on?
Not so much a higher tax rate, but I think you're trying to get to assessment value.
Yes, thank you, Carrie.
The tax rates are the same for commercial property, but assessment value. Right now, and depending on what it is, windows and facade, if it was something substantial, it might not have triggered assessment increase per se. And right now, the province has frozen the values at the 2016 valuation year. So everything is, valued and then sort of deflated to a value as if it was 2016. So the assessment update has been canceled. So whether these types of improvements would increase when there is a reassessment, it's hard to say. I wouldn't anticipate significantly, but we're not going to be, we don't see supplementary taxes per se, unless it was going to be a substantial addition to the property. But to redo the front of the building, that's not going to create enough assessment value change for them to issue us a supplementary for a few $1,000s of facade improvement. Essentially, the value of their building, if they go to sell it, is pretty much the same in the commercial environment. It's one factor. The type of facade, as an example, is one factor. If you change out the windows, that's a small factor in the total current value assessment with how they determine it.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Now, I was remiss. The clerk has pointed this out to me. Deputy Mayor, I do apologize. I'm going back to you. You did have your hand up. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. And it was actually just a follow-up to Councillor Shea's question. I do sit at the county EDAC, And I just wanted to say, no, we have not looked beyond 5 years at the county. I know just that committee that I sit on there, they're very pleased with the first year. And again, it was, I think a lot of the municipalities put it out as a soft launch, and that's no different than what we did here. And we're really looking forward from the county level, I'm sure as well here, because I sit at EDAC here, for going out and promoting a lot different. So I think if there's any success story, and I'm going to speak on behalf of the committee up at the county, but any success, they're certainly going to rally behind, because that's the whole target here is tourism, economic development and growth, and securing and taking care of our downtown. So I think you can count on their support moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you through you, Madam Mayor. I was going to raise the issue of taxes, but in a slightly different way. Impact, I recently attended a few of their webinars because they're going under some change regarding elections and assessment. And it's interesting to hear them say they gather all the information on permits and they consider them. So collectively on a property, number one, you're going to get some impact. Is it enough to cover everything that we're putting out? We don't know that per se. We don't track it. We can't track that. On the other hand, excuse me, if you drive down Main Street in Durham, for example, you'll see some buildings have changed drastically. They don't even look recognizable as what they were before. And I mean, in a positive way. So from that perspective, you're going to see some assessment there. That's going to be pretty clear. I hear people are more interested in coming to Durham for business. Some have been successful in actually relocating or coming here. Others haven't been completed, and a couple have backed out due to COVID. But we are attracting people, and the more comments I hear in the community are just how well the downtown areas look versus what they did before. And I think that speaks highly. Before, we were comparing how bad we looked in some areas to some of the ones around us who have done such activities. So I would hate to think we'd stop it now. So I just thought I'd throw those out as well.
Thank you. Councillor Shea.
I'd like to move that we accept the recommendation of staff in this budget request form and allocate $25,000 from the tax levy and $75,000 from the reserve towards the CIP next year.
Thank you. The clerk is writing that motion, and we'll have that read back, and then I will be seeking a seconder.
And maybe just as a comment, I'll say I was greatly influenced by the deputy mayor's comments from his position at County EDAC, and that success breeds success. And it's likely that I believe this will probably go beyond 5 years, and we should be preparing for that.
Thank you for that. One moment, please.
Through you, Mayor, moved by Councillor Shea that $25,000 from the tax levy and $75,000 from the Economic Development Reserve be included in the 2022 budget for the CIP program.
Is there a seconder for this motion, Deputy Mayor? Any comments? I see Councillor Townsend's electronic hand. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Shouldn't that actually say in 20,000 other to make sure that it's clear it's still 120,000? Or was there a reduction?
Yeah, the total program would still be maintained at the 120 with the 20,000 from the county, transferred from the county, but ours share, or if you will, 75 from reserve and 25 from the tax levy. I don't know if you want to add in for clarity, total CIP with 20,000 from the county, or it's 120 is the total budgeted annual program expense.
Thank you for that. So Clerk Scharbeck.
Through you, Mayor, would it would it help clarify if we just added to the end of that for a total CIP annual budget of $120,000? And that speaks to the county's 20? Okay, thank you.
Okay. So we'll have that read back.
Moved by Councillor Shea and seconded by Deputy Mayor Hutchinson that $25,000 from the tax levy and $75,000 from the economic development reserves be included in the 2022 budget for the CIP program for a total CIP budget of $120,000.
Any questions? All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. All those opposed? 6 members of council voted in favor, 1 member of council voted against. The motion is carried. Director Mighton, over to you.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. So I'll just bring up my screen again to let you know where we've got to today. So from where we started at 9.9%, we've got our CIP increase, adding in 45, additional staff training, adding in 3,000, traffic study for Cyber Street only, and the calming plan development of 17.5, removing the traffic study of $90,000 for all of West Grey, adjusting the admin assistant records to April 1st start of 45, the new environmental capital projects position starting April 1st to 15.5, seasonal landfill operational changes and no updates to the gatehouse, reduced it by 74,000. Changing the effective date of tipping fees from January 1st from March 1st. So we're recognizing an additional 10,000. Across revenue, another 7,000. Library board request was reduced to 53,400. We removed the coin operated light at the Durham tennis courts of 4,000. And we changed the funding of the CIP program from the 100,000 reserve to 25 from tax levy, 75 from reserve, total program still at 120. That gets us down to 1.02 million or 9.4%.
Thank you very much. Perhaps we could have the gallery screen. Thank you for that. Next steps, Director Mighton.
Our next scheduled budget meeting is for January 4th, which is the Tuesday, first Tuesday in the new year. We will continue our budget review with the capital program, and we are also hoping to have the information back from the engineers on the water sewer, so we can have the updates on the capital requirements and financing for the upgrades to make sure we continue to remain development ready on our water sewer systems, and what impacts that will be for the water sewer users. So that will be we'll finish off the tax levy with the capital, and then hopefully focus on the water sewer rates as the next piece that we'll have, because we'll have the two budgets that are two bylaws that will potentially need to be addressed in the new year with that. So that's sort of where we're looking at going for the January 4th meeting.
And thank you. Just before we go to 2.5, I see Councillor Townsend and Councillor Shea. You have your hands up. Councillor Townsend, please.
Thank you very much. I just have 3 points to cover. The first one was earlier we talked about getting the actuals versus budget, and I'm hoping we'll have them by January 4th, if not prior to that. And I know that was discussed. I just wanted to put that out as a reminder. The other thing is, in one of the comments I had passed along to CIO Johnson was earlier that hopefully we will see all the rates that are going to happen throughout the year and how they're going to change. If they're going to change, it would be my request. And I don't know whether council supports that, but I'm putting that out as an idea. And the reason I say that is sometimes we don't appreciate we're doing something on a budget level for the levy, but we're also then going to introduce other changes, other costs, which might create other stress. And I think we should know all that at once. So I'd like a discussion on that if there's any disagreement with it. And then my third point is it's the starting budget point. We talk about how much has increased, but we always assume we're starting from last year's budget. And I'm going to argue that's not always the correct area to start. So for example, if we gave $10,000 to do stairs in the around by the ball diamond, right? That would come out, be reversed, and we go forward. And I think I've asked that of the CAO, and she's responded, all that's either been taken out or didn't exist. One of the two as appropriate. The other thing, though, and Councillor Shea reminded me of this probably without even realizing he had, and that is if we approved a position last year for a full year and they didn't start till June, what should be our starting point for this year? And our starting point for this year should be only the money we spent. It shouldn't be the 50% that was in the budget that we didn't spend. And the reason it should be that is because when we go to the next year, we're now got 100% again, which would have been no increase, right? Or a 50% increase or zero increase, depending on whether or not we filled the position. So if we never filled it, then we'd back it all out. If we filled it half, we would back half out, and et cetera. And the reason you do that is if you don't, you're taking a lot of money that you're putting in reserve or spending elsewhere that I'm not sure council has approved or would appreciate. So I'd like some analysis, if possible, if council supports that, to have that analysis of are there situations like that? And if there are, then we can have the discussion of should it go to reserve or should it be backed out so that in essence, it will fund some of this extra position. And it's a financial technique that is used very widely in the private sector because they control their expenses very, very tightly. We're in that situation. And that's why I'm suggesting that kind of process that should happen. And we've already addressed the one time, so I'm not expecting anything on that front. I'm really just thinking of where we thought it would be an annual expense and it wasn't, right? So the increase in the expenses, not the budget, really isn't the whole item, it's only part of it. From a budget perspective, yes. From an actual perspective, no. And that's why the actuals are so critical to get those before we actually enter budget if possible. And I appreciate this year was just an exception with everything that was going on and delayed in the year-end processes and et cetera. So that's not a criticism. Please don't take it that way. But it really is something that you can use as a nice tool. So I don't know how staff feels about that or how council feels about that. But I throw it out as a request. So.
Thank you, and I apologize. I didn't mean to overstep on your voice there. Director Martin, in terms of the actuals, is that something, recognizing that we're still dealing with, there's a couple months that we need to address, but is this something that perhaps we could have as much up to date as possible prior to the next budget meeting?
Yeah, discussing with our clerk over the break, we can print out the reports and circulate those to council I guess we're already in December. This is this month, but we're already in December. So we'll do that this week. We can send those out. The actual formal report will take some time so that we can follow up with later. Right now, the budget or the actuals, we're paying October bills. So in reflection of, you would, if you want to have your actuals for year end before your budget, then our budget will not begin until February. We are still paying bills in February, possibly March for the prior year. So just to put that into context, you won't have them unless we're going to delay our budget process. If we wanted this to be passed in January or early March, we still won't have actual final numbers at that point. So it just puts it into perspective as to if we want to wait on that, it's just something, then we can kind of slow down the budget process. But we were trying to gear up to get the budget approved for the end of January or beginning of February. So those numbers we're still paying bills. We won't have actual numbers for that. So in context, last year's, we had maybe, what was it, $100,000 surplus on a $14+ million budget. So it was pretty tight when you think that's across all departments. There's not a lot of slack in our budgets. As we build our budgets, we build them taking out the one time, looking at things, if it's something that was a continued program, not a continued program. When we're looking at this, the tax levy increase, that's not the budget levy increase, that's how much we need from the tax dollars. Your budget might go up more than that, but we have some other grant funding that we got. So what you're spending might be $2 million more, but what we're asking from the tax levy is only $1 million. So it just depends. But we'll keep building on refining some of the budget reporting information to try to isolate that for you. Departments do that as they're reviewing their budgets, but true actual figures, if we try to get our budget process done earlier, even before the end of the year, try to get multi-year budgets, you're not going to have actuals to reference by the time you would need to approve your budget, unless you're going to delay your budget approval process.
Well,
just as a context.
Yeah, appreciate all of that that context. So we will get those annual actuals out. And thank you for that inquiry, Councillor Townsend, in terms of that information. So we'll get that circulated to members of council prior to the January 4 meeting that we'll be having in the new year.
Madam Mayor, could I make a clarification point?
Sure.
I was not asking for actuals till December 31st. I was asking for the most available actuals at the point you deliver the package. Trust me, I am not intending, proposing, wanting, desiring, any word you want to use to extend the budget into further into the year.
Well, that's
in fact,
good
I'd
news.
like to do it the other way. And I realize that's more difficult because you can't always project to the end of the year if you're doing 5 and 6 months window without a lot of history and data.
Thank
we
you
don't
for
have
the
the
clarity.
staff to do that kind of analysis. So I just wanted to clarify that for you.
Thank you. Councillor Shea.
Thank you. I just want to say what a pleasure it was working on the budget today this year. And I want to commend Director Mighton for this budget request form process. Director Mighton and all the other staff that I'm sure put effort into making our decisions easier, making the information more clear, concise, and logically packaged and delivered to us. This has been a great process. So hats off to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those kind words. Councillor Shea, really enjoyed the budget process with members of council and staff today. Really enjoy the agenda and a great discussion. Okay, item 2.5, adjournment. Clerk Sherback.
Through you, Mayor, the recommendation is that we do now adjourn at 3:50 p.m. to meet again on December 7th. And again, that's a 6:30 p.m. meeting. 2021, or at the call of the chair.
Okay, is there a mover for this motion, Councillor Hergert? And is there a seconder for this motion, Deputy Mayor? All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7 members of council have voted in favor. The motion is carried. Thoroughly enjoyed the process. Looking forward to January 4. Thank you very much. Oh, please keep in mind there's the Neustadt tree lighting this evening. It's at 5:30 p.m. at the Neustadt Community Hall. Season's greetings. We'll see you later. Thank you.